Are we hooked up with the folks at home?
We're missing Vice Mayor Banks though.
Okay, because I didn't see it on the screen, so I was uncertain if we had everyone.
We're still missing Vice Mayor Banks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. I call to order the meeting of the Manassas Park Governing Body for January 19th, 2021. Per the General Assembly's approval of the Governor's amendments to the biennial budget, the governing body may now meet electronically without a quorum actually assembled in a single room and without the in-person governing body members voting on the participation of those who are remoting in. The following benchmarks for the meeting this evening have been met. First, the governor has declared a state of emergency for the current COVID-19 pandemic in accordance with Code of Virginia. Second, the declared emergency makes it impractical or potentially unsafe for the governing body to assemble in a single location, and guidance from state and federal government support this determination. Therefore, the governing body will be meeting with various members participating electronically through GoToMeeting. Third, the meeting is to discuss or transact the business statutorily required or necessary to continue operations of the governing body. Fourth, the governing body will make available a recording or transcript of the meeting on its website in accordance with Code of Virginia. Fifth, the notice has been and will continue to be provided to the public using available methods. Lastly, we have made and will continue to make arrangements for public access through electronic means, including the ability to comment. Those participating electronically are Councilmember Hasib Javed and Vice Mayor Banks. Those participating in person are Councilmember Alana Mensing, Councilmember Yessi Amaya, Councilmember Laura Hampton, Councilmember Darrell Moore, and Mayor Jeanette Rischel. So with that, we move on to approval of the agenda. Item number 4 is an information item. This has been used in the past for governing body comment time, and this evening, Councilmember Hampton will present and share information with us. So do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Are you there? Okay, thank you. Opposed? Abstained? Motion carries. Okay, moving on to a moment of silence. Please join us in a moment of silence. And Councilmember Moore, would you like to lead us in the pledge?
Sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next, we have a public hearing for rezoning, RZ number 20-11, parcel 1A, Phase 3, waivers number 20-11 D and E, waivers number 20-11 I and J, and public facilities manual waiver PFW number 20-011 F. I'm sorry. Did I miss public comment time? You should have said, hey.
Gonna say something. You were on a roll.
Yeah, let's do public comment time now. My apologies. I got carried away. We have one individual signed up to speak. Mr. Gardner, would you like to go to the microphone, state your name, address, and limit your comments to 3 minutes?
Hello, my name is Kendall Gardner. I live at 114 Martin Drive. And I've come up here because I've been sending out emails to the governing body and the various different organizations within Manassas Park and have not gotten a response. So, or if I have, it has not come to a conclusion. The first item that I need to bring up is about the city stickers. It's going to be enforced on February 1st. The city stickers, it had been noted that they had not been mailed out to people at their houses. And that still is the case, and we're, 2 weeks away, and they're still not here. The second thing is I've been having a water meter reading issue at my house. I filled up my pool at my house a contacted the city, requested that they read it, filled my pool up, contacted them again via email, asked them to read it, and I've had a problem ever since. In about the last 3 or 4 months, I've been having notices in my water bill stating that they're going to come and turn my bill off, or my water off, if I don't pay the bill by X day. I've been paying all new charges, and I need the city to resolve the matter because it's been going on way too long. I abided by what they requested because I found out the previous year that I had to pay money for water that I put in my pool. The third item is a ticket because of the sticker that was not displayed on my car. I paid my personal property tax. I got the city to give me information that I supplied to the police department to show that I paid it way ahead of time. The sticker just was not on my car because I considered it a security matter. Since that time, I've gotten that resolved and the stickers have been put on my car, but now I can't put the recent one on because you guys haven't sent them out. And whenever I talk with the police department, they say, well, the governing body says this is what we got to do, and that's it. So it appears that the governing body and the police department are not speaking. And this is something I think they need to speak about. I think they need to figure out what's going on and not basically blame the other. And the last item is I had sent an email in requesting an investigation to be done on abuse of power, and I've had no responses from the governing body. That's all the concerns that I have, and I would hope that I would get a response to these issues because I had to bring them up here as opposed to send them an email, because email is not my friend. And apparently people, I guess I'll have to adjust the governing body list now. But the people in the past, it seems like everybody thinks that somebody else is going to take care of it. And I sent one email in and I said 6 people read it. Nobody responded. They said, okay, well, I think they sent it to Debbie. And then Debbie never responded. So I was up here in a governing body meeting one time when the mayor asked somebody to send a message in via email, and you guys will get to it, but apparently you guys don't. Thank you very much for your time.
4 seconds left to go.
You get 4 seconds back.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who is not signed up who would still like to make public comment? Seeing no one and hearing no one, we will move on to the next item. Yes, of course. Absolutely. Yes. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the governing body. I just want to clarify that decals were mailed out in October, but what the note was saying was that some people were telling us that they weren't getting it in the mail. But with all the craziness with COVID and the issues that we were having with the post office, we've been delaying enforcement to give time to people to let us know that they haven't received it. So they had to follow up with the treasurer, but we don't know who did or who didn't receive it, but the majority of people have. I've gotten it, a lot of people have. It's just a few people may have not received it because of mail issues. It's up to them to follow up with the treasurer. It's been due since October 5th, and we've been pushing this back all the way now to February 1st to give people plenty of time to coordinate with the treasurer to get the decal sticker if they haven't got it. So I just do want to clarify for everyone if there was confusion that they were sent out, but some people reported to us that they didn't get it, and we gave them the benefit of the doubt because of what's happening right now with COVID and the email system.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on to 3A, we have a public hearing for rezoning RZ number 20-11, parcel 1A, phase 3, waivers number 20-11D and E, waivers number 20-11I and J, and public facilities manual waiver PFW number 20-011F. I declare the public hearing open. Dean?
Mayor, members of the governing body, I just want to give a kind of a brief, there's 3 new members here. I just want to kind of give you a brief history on this of how we got here. So original city center development was City Center Phase 1, known also as Park Center. It's the 2 buildings across the street here. As part of that, there was a 3rd phase of that Phase 1, if you will, that was to build a new city hall. The city had 2 years after the initial takedown for the property over there to acquire the land and set it up for a relocation. And then we had a provision in there for the construction of City Hall as part of that. We just had to get the land ourselves. So the city then, so the phase 3 or the initial takedown occurred on January 5th, 2007. And the following
Okay,
December,
I see
on
what
December
you're saying.
11th, there was a public hearing to
Okay,
acquire
I see.
the 6 properties down at the end of Connor Drive across the street for a new city hall, public parking, and at the time, a road or the extension of Connor Drive to Manassas Drive. Okay, so that's now, you may remember that the extension of Connor Drive to Manassas Drive is now part of phase 4. Okay, that was with Oxoily properties. But meanwhile, after that, the recession kicked in. That all fell apart. We no longer had any money to do that. Over the next 8, 9, 10 years, I met with numerous developers to try to get a public-private partnership proposal submitted to us to build a new city hall. Some of them were very interested. Phase 2 piece over here is actually kind of an offshoot of one of those. Okay, that the bigger part of it fell apart for a lot of reasons. Again, dealing mainly with the economic conditions. So we didn't get a new city hall. Laszlo came on board a few years ago, and the governing body at the time gave him the message. This was a high priority to find a new city hall, location for a new city hall, and get it built. Find a way to make that happen. He did it. He entered into negotiations with Norton Scott, and we finally got the proposal that you guys approved. Well, not all of you, but the governing body approved last year, which is the Comprehensive Development Agreement, which has a key component. The public entity or the public project is the city hall and the parking and the road. So now this is kind of like the last piece of that puzzle, if you will. So we have the new city hall being built primarily on land that was already owned by the city. However, it was not big enough for the parking or the road, and a little bit of the city hall actually extends into that too. So we need this property to complete the city hall component, which is kind of the impetus of the whole. The way we were able to do that was through the comprehensive agreement. So this is really necessary for the new city hall. So I just want to point that out, let you know this has been a long process since at least 2005 when we entered into the agreement for phase 1 over here, and probably much earlier than that, but that's my history, doesn't go back that much further. Any questions on any of that? Yeah, I'll turn it over to Mickey then.
Okay, thank you, Dean. Just a quick note, because we have masks on, if you could say your name when you make a motion. Lena, do you need the folks who moved for the agenda to repeat who moved and who seconded?
I just, with the mask sometimes, unless I'm looking directly at you, I can't always tell
Okay,
who's
sure.
making the motion.
Sure. Who
I
made,
could just say,
who made the motion to approve the agenda?
I did.
Okay.
Alana.
And who seconded? And Daryl seconded it. Okay, thank you.
if it's a man and woman, I'm okay, because I know it's got to be Daryl. There, it's kind of hard to.
When you do something, motion, whatever, just raise your hand.
Yeah.
That way you can see who it is.
Okay. Thank you, Mickey.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the governing body. For the record, I am Michelle Berry, Planning and Zoning Administrator for the city. What we have here today is a city-initiated rezoning for a particular parcel addressed as 9202 Manassas Drive. The property is outlined in blue on the screen. It is currently operating as a CDL commercial driver's license. I just like calling it the truck driving school. And it is adjacent to the Norfolk Southern Railroad line and also comes on Manassas Drive.
Yeah, someone has him muted.
Could the folks at home please make certain that your microphones are muted?
I think they just did.
I think that did it.
TW, if you're on, if you can please mute. I see you're still not muted. Okay, we got it, never mind.
of these technical challenges. Sorry about that. Here is a current zoning map of the property. It currently is zoned I-1. You can see everything to the north and east is zoned MUD, and that is really, as Dean had pointed out earlier, that is really the preceding rezoning for this phase 3 development. All of that was rezoned to MUD, which is downtown mixed-use district, earlier, well, I guess a few months ago, which would have been in late 2020. As you can see, there's property zoned I-1 to the west, and to the south is actually the railroad tracks, which is zoned A1, as well as the existing parking lot for the BRT station. And with these zonings, we look to a comprehensive plan for guidance. Here's a comprehensive plan map showing the property subject to this rezoning. And as you can see, it is within the city center redevelopment district, pretty smack dab in the middle there. And again, is a component of this mixed use proposal. So as you see, this is actually the development plan from rezoning 20-06. And again, this is kind of the overall concept. And as Dean mentioned, it's really the missing piece of the puzzle. This site here, identified as parcel or phase 3 of this overall development. You can see it's this corner piece, and it's really here for going to be developed for civic uses. And as Dean mentioned, the building in green, which is a portion of the site, is going to be the new city hall. As well as what's on there is the city hall parking lot and Road B, which is a public road that provides access to the VRT parking garage along with the city hall parking lot. And the proposed zone is for mixed-use development, the MUD, which is actually downtown mixed-use district. The reason for that is to be consistent with the zoning of the remaining portion of the city hall, which was zoned MUD again in 2020. Here's the landscaping plan associated with that. You can see it's a bit faded because it wasn't part of that previous development, but it is going to have some landscaping along the railroad tracks and Manassas Drive, and a few landscape islands within the city hall parking lot. So I just wanted to go over the waivers quickly. There were several waivers associated with the previous rezoning, and these are echoed here that are applicable to this parcel. All the zoning waivers are related to parking lot landscaping. There are several landscaping requirements in the zoning ordinance when it comes to parking lots. You can see 4 of them there. I'm not going to read them all out, but essentially there's islands required every 10 spaces. There's a certain square footage of green space required for every parking space, and there's also one where it has to be within 125 feet of that space. And then there's also landscaping strips next to public streets, and then 10-foot wide peripheral parking lot landscape buffer. Based on the layout, as we previously saw, those cannot be met, those requirements, so that is a request for the waiver. And the final is a public facilities manual waiver. The public facilities manual does require sidewalks on both sides of the street. And with this development, as shown, there will not be sidewalks in this portion of the public road B. That is really more for vehicular access to the parking garage as well as the city hall parking lot. So that waiver is also being requested. And again, this proposal and rezoning does meet the intent of the comprehensive plan. And up here I've provided some guidance of language that is in the comp plan. With this parcel, we'll get a mixture of civic buildings and residential uses within the overall development. This will consolidate parcels to have this entire phase 3 function as one unit and one development with residential and civic uses, along with other elements, especially social gathering spaces and some passive recreation. There'll be some areas there where there's gathering space, green space. And also the final item is we want this area to represent a great place. And with this development, I don't think I have to reiterate that, but this certainly is going to be an integrated and well-designed development. So based on these proposals, we do believe it does meet the comprehensive plan guidance, and staff is recommending approval of the rezoning along with 4 zoning waivers and 1 public facilities manual waiver. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mickey. That was great. Let's start with the folks here this evening. Councilmember Hampton, do you have any questions?
I do. So I had a question about the sidewalks. So, since it's going to be for City Hall and we're going to have folks that have disabilities or temporary or permanent, how can they, I guess my question, the best way to put my question is, how can those folks safely walk through from the parking through over to City Hall without the sidewalks?
Well, on that portion of the road is really at the entrance where Manassas Drive and the new public roads do meet. Let me try to put up this plan. So this public road B directly accesses the City Hall parking lot. So there are handicap spaces within that parking lot that provides direct access to the civic area, and there will be handicap access at those points where the hardscape and sidewalks start within the development. The pedestrian realm, if you will, is really focused between the buildings and in front of them. When we're accessing the parking lot, there isn't that much of a need. There's sidewalk along Manassas Drive where pedestrians can access the development from there. So it really is more of a vehicular access, and there are other pedestrian links than what's needed along that public road B.
Just to follow along, so for these residents, there are going to be sidewalks here. If you're coming from across the street, you can go through the plaza to get here. If you're walking from the other side of the city, like you were saying, there's sidewalks here. So there are plenty of sidewalks to provide access to the city hall.
Okay. And even if you're there parking, like you not in walking distance, you're coming from the west or down by the golf course, there's still plenty of access if you park in the garage.
From the other side of the city. Now, we have issues with sidewalks on the other side of the railroad tracks that we have to address somehow, but let's say you're risking it and walking on that kind of gravel sidewalk, you cross the railroad tracks. Here you do actually have permanent sidewalks.
Okay.
So walking is feasible, at least on this portion. There's that piece between Railroad Drive and the trail tracks that you don't have some good sidewalks, and we have to figure that out in the future. And then from the other side, of course, there are sidewalks on both sides of the roads as well. So if you're, let's say you're coming from the west side, you can walk down this sidewalk, cross over here, and then go through the plaza access.
I think I'm following you. So just to make sure I get this correct. So I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just trying to make sure I understand this in my head. let's just say I'm not living anywhere there. I'm coming in from, I don't know, I'm coming in from Christopher Street, and I'm driving and parking here, and I'm parking in the garage.
You're parking in the garage?
Yeah.
Yeah, so there's gonna be like a walkway here,
Mm-hmm.
right? And actually you'll have like the bridge over here as well, but there is gonna be a walkway and then, sidewalks here, and you can cross here safely through the plaza and access it. So there's always a way,
Okay.
via sidewalk to get there.
Without getting smushed by a car.
Correct. I mean, you're crossing streets just like in any
Right.
community, but that's the only time that there's no sidewalk is for the actual road.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Do you have a follow-up question?
No, that was my big question.
Councilmember Mensing.
No questions, thank you.
Councilmember Moore.
No questions?
Okay.
Pretty obvious.
Councilmember Amaya.
No questions.
Okay. Councilmember Javed. Questions, comments?
No questions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Banks, questions or comments?
No questions.
Okay,
Motion to move the item.
I beg your pardon?
A motion to move the item.
Okay. Let's see, the motion is worded in a
You want me to
specific.
read the motion?
Oh, wait, no, this is the public hearing, so we are not ready for.
Close the public hearing?
Yeah, no, next we have public,
And then we allow, or we
Got
you guys.
Move to close the public hearing.
we have governing body comment, then we have public comment.
We have to have public comment.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do we have anyone who would like to make public comment? Has anyone signed? Yes, sir.
I haven't signed up, but I would like to. I just have one question. I can do that.
Yes, please, go to the microphone. Yeah.
Hello, again, my name is Kendall Gardner. I live at 114 Martin Drive. And from what I see from the diagram that you have up there in the pink building, I guess my question is, and because there was a question about these sidewalks, does that actually conform to the required setback from the public road? Because if so, the 35 feet, or the 30 to 35 feet requirement should be enough to put a sidewalk.
That's just a different section, we're not doing that. That was done last year. The triangular piece down at the lower left is all we're talking about tonight. Just this piece.
Oh, that small piece?
Yeah, it's shown as part of the bigger development, just to kind of put it in context. But all we're talking about is that little triangular piece tonight.
Okay, I have no comments about that then. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Has anyone emailed in any comments or nothing? Okay, thank you, Keith. We have no more public comment. Do we have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved to close the
Okay,
public
so
hearing.
moved. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Second by Councilmember Amaya. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion carries. Thank you. My understanding is that we will be voting on this the first meeting in February. Is that correct?
No,
Okay, thank you. Okay,
rezoning tonight.
moving on to information item. City manager will go first regarding a COVID-19 vaccine update.
Okay, good evening, Ken. I'm going to be turning it over to Keith to go over some additional details. I just wanted to let the public know that as a city, we're going to do our best to try to get you the best information to help with the process. Right now, as a city staff, we're going to be focusing on trying to help everyone who's 65 and over to get registered for the vaccination. There's a lot of hiccups in the process. There's some, unfortunately, between the federal government and interactions with the state, there wasn't as good communication as there should have been. And second doses were provided as first doses, right? So now they're unable, the health department, to schedule new appointments for vaccinations until at the earliest after February 15th because of that miscommunication. And we can answer any questions for additional details. But for right now, the goal of the city is to try to get in touch with everyone in our city who's 65 and over and give them the information about how to get on the current wait list for vaccination if you already haven't been scheduled, if you already haven't gotten the vaccine, to help out with that process. And Keith will describe kind of how we're doing that. And we're actually going to walk through what that looks like as well. And then with the state, they're transitioning software platforms for the actual registration. So once they get to the new platform, we had a kind of cheat sheet that was ready to go for the current platform, how to get registered. They changed that platform, so when the new platform is live, we'll develop another cheat sheet for that and hand deliver again to our target audience. And at the end of this presentation, if there's any follow-up, I can describe why, as a city at least, we're focused on those who are 65 and over. It's all based off of data and what's happening with death rates across the country. So I will turn it over to Keith to start going over kind of the details, and then we'll answer any questions. But we wanted this to really be a public information process, and we've been getting calls from concerned senior citizens who are looking to get vaccinated, so we want to do our best to help them out, and our departments are going to be doing that over the next few days. So Keith?
Thanks, Council. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of governing body. So, like Laszlo mentioned, we do have a vaccine shortage. Currently, the health district is still attempting to vaccinate phase 1B, which is prioritizing the 65. It was originally 75 plus, but they did lower that threshold to 65 plus, as well as underlying health condition. However, as they're doing phase 1B, they are also trying to do the holdovers from phase 1A, which is the first responder and healthcare workers. In terms of city staff going through the process, we did have fire went through at first during the first phase 1A. All of the ones that have opted in for the vaccine did receive their first vaccination. They do have the second round scheduled. The number of folks that opted in for fire was roughly about 35% of the department. In terms of phase 1B, we're currently pushing our PD through, our police officer through. They all have their first round completed as well. However, the second round is still pending scheduling because of the shortage mentioned earlier. For police, the folks that opted in constituted about 42% of the department. In terms of the rest of the staff, I did submit 2 additional roster, one for the governing body roster, as well as folks that the city assesses to be critical frontline workers and critical for continuity of government. Those 2 rosters have yet to be uploaded into the old system, which is the BAM system. So I guess the bottom line for that is if you did not receive an automated email from BAMS, then your name has not been uploaded. Because of the shortage mentioned earlier, we did ask the health district, well, what does that mean for folks that's already registered in the system? Well, if you already have an appointment, and that includes phase 1A, 1B for either first or second shot, the health district believes that it has enough vaccines to take care of those folks up to February 15th. Where it kind of gets hazy is starting if you don't have a scheduled appointment. If you do not have the appointment scheduled as of today, there are 2 possible options. The first one, if you're city staff, then that's a dialogue between me and the health district. We'll try to get the roster together and submit and go through that process. We're not sure when that will actually happen in terms of health district uploading those roster. If you are a resident, and this goes back to what Laszlo mentioned earlier, we're going to help you sign up for a wait list that has just been established by the health district, and we'll walk through what that wait list looks like step by step in a second. But once you sign up for the wait list, once the health district believes that it has more vaccine coming in, they'll start opening up that wait list and they'll go down the list to get those people through. The link, that's a short link, but if you just type in, for those folks watching at home, you just type in that exact link, it'll pull up the survey for folks to sign up. Now, as Laszlo mentioned earlier, to change the software platform, the current software is VAMS, stands for Vaccination Administration Management System. It does have some major flaws for the front end and the back end user. So they are transitioning to something called Predmod. We spoke with the health district earlier today. They're still working through the process on how to roll that out, as well as how to upload people and get them through the process. So once we get more information, we'll share with our residents and staff. We believe or at least initially, the health district has planned to roll over to the new software around February 15. They are slowly working toward that. I think they got sign in and all that stuff today. So we're working toward that date. It could happen earlier, but that's sort of the planned date. One of the questions that we had with the software changes, if you already registered in VAMS, will your data be automatically transferred over to the new system, or do you have to go and register again? And we believe that those data should be transferred over. Again, without going through the system, it's hard to say right now, but we think that it will be. If it does not, again, we'll support, we'll share information on how to go through the process for the new system. There are a couple of other notes that I want to share. In addition to the software changes, the Health District has also moved their vaccine operations to Beacon Hall at George Mason University. The reason for that is that it just has a much larger capacity in the current location. That started this morning. It went, what I gather, it went very well. And so we hope that with the new capacity of the new location, and once the vaccine comes in, the new vaccine comes in, then we'll be able to push it through a lot faster. So what are some of the staff actions while we wait for sort of more updates from the Health District? We are going to develop a flyer for folks, for seniors particularly, and those with underlying health conditions to start to show them how to get on the wait list. We do encourage that residents who fit those categories to sign up immediately because it increases every day. Tomorrow we're going to tour the new vaccine site. We're hoping to sort of take photos and show residents. It's a pretty large facility, so you want to show resident photos. And when you get there, here's where you go, here's where you check in. So we hope you do that tomorrow. And then additionally, I'll continue to just sort of manage the roster and submit them per the phases that the CDC had put out. Obviously, we're still prioritizing a police officer as well as you all and the continuity of government folks because we're still waiting for those folks to get vaccinated. And then as we move toward the subsequent phases, phase 1C, I hope to submit the roster for really the majority of our remaining city staff. Not sure when that's going to happen, but that's sort of the next phase. In terms of moving forward, once we have a solid understanding of the new software, we're going to, again, create a how-to guide and share with senior for those that may not be, may not have access to computers or may not know how to do stuff online. We're going to share those instructions with them, and we're going to do that through all communication mediums that we have available. We're going to leverage fire department to share flyers with Park Place Senior, for example. We're also going to come up with a plan to have sort of a mini help desk, so where if a resident need to call us for instruction, we'll have someone manning the phone and answering those questions. And then we're going to have folks with a computer setup, so that if folks don't have a computer or if they need in-person help, they can show up at a predetermined location to get that assistance with PPE and social distancing in mind, of course. And then, of course, we'll continue to kind of monitor updates on future phases. With that being said,
So Keith is going to show you the waitlist process, but just want to clarify, so Park Place, we already had our fire department go visit in person and hand out the information and potentially schedule to have one of our Parks and Rec employees who's going to be helping people register to go there as well with PPE and help those who need help with technology to actually go get registered, because that was one of the concerns we've been hearing as well. I'm not too tech savvy, and the expectation is that I'm using this to kind of register. And again, that's the primary target. So we want to do that. And then Jay's team will also be kind of hand delivering flyers to the database that we established this past spring for the food delivery program to our seniors that are throughout the city. So we'll be hand delivering, getting them that information. Again, setting up some kind of help desk platform for us to help them get on the wait list. Unfortunately, the wait list is pretty big right now, and when we developed this slide and we use the term comorbidities, the definition of that has expanded, so it almost covers kind of half the population. And that's problematic for one reason. You go to the CDC page on actual deaths by age group, you can see where they are. It's these bottom three, and if you can't see that, I'll just kind of read what's going on here. So in the cohort of 65 and over, you have 266,000 deaths, and this is up to a certain period in early January, so it's not the latest and greatest. Out of 54 million people, that's 0.49% of the population has been killed by COVID at that age group. Whereas if you take the 25 through 54 age group, 23,000 deaths in a population of 128 million, that's 0.02%. So the age group of 65 and over, they're 24.5 times more likely to die from COVID-19 than those in the younger categories. And because comorbidity definition has now expanded and it's half the population, we're not actually targeting who we need to target to get vaccinated if we want to save lives. That's why as a staff, we are going to focus on those who are 65 and over to target those who are most at risk here, and we want to get them the information, we want to get them on the wait list, because unfortunately the wait list is growing, and it's those people who are 65 and over, and many of them are struggling to get on the wait list because it's technology based. So it's kind of backwards right now, and we're going to do our best as we've identified this as a city staff to help our residents to deal with this and try to get on the wait list as soon as possible and advocate for them as much as possible to be moved up on that wait list so we can save as many lives as possible, at least from our city perspective. So that's why we're taking that approach. And then Keith is going to walk you through the actual registration, getting on the wait list, not the registration. Again, apologies for all residents for the complexity with the whole software stuff. This should not have been that complicated. And again, we apologize for this. We're not in control of this, but we're going to do our best to try to make this a seamless process. So when the new software system is up and running for how to actually fully register for the vaccination, again, we'll do the walkthrough cheat sheet, and we'll have Parks and Rec staff do their best, assuming we can deal with all HIPAA and everything else to help actually get our senior citizens registered for the vaccination. Right now, it's the health department and soon the MAP clinic. So we're going to work with the MAP clinic as well to try to get people registered. And then as hospitals open to the population, we're going to try to get the information from them about how our residents can get registered there as well. So do you want to walk through this? Sure.
Let me share. Let me zoom in a little bit so you can kind of see some of the data fields. Okay, so this is the survey form. As you can see, pretty long address bar. That's why the county condensed into that short address bar that will be shared, so it's a little easier to remember on a flyer. So when you get, I'm going to pretend that I'm a senior 65 and over, so I can kind of show the process through that lens. So once you get to this, there's some important information, essentially just explaining to the person looking at it, are you one of these categories before you continue. You go down here, the first thing you're going to do is put in your zip code. Obviously, we're 20111, which I'm a Manassas Park senior. Once you click next, it's going to bring you to this sort of like a timeline, if you will, for the different phases. Again, just making sure that you are part of a particular phase before you continue on the form. Once you go down here, more vetting questions. It's going to ask if you're healthcare. In this example, I'm going to say no, I'm just a regular senior. Click next. If you, that brings you to the next screen, which asks if you have any of the medical conditions. I'm going to click no. If you have yes, then it's automatically going to qualify you. If you have no, click next. And then you choose your age. Obviously, this is the last vetting question, if you will, so I'm going to choose 65 and over because that's going to qualify me to sign up or complete the survey. Once you click next, you just kind of fill out your biographical data. And once you come down, obviously the most important thing on here is your email address because that's how they're going to contact you. So you want to make sure you use the correct email address. Spelling is important. Additionally, the old system requires each individual to have your own separate email address. I believe the new system only requires one per household. So if you are a husband or a spouse and you use one email address, you can sign up for your whole household. And then the other important thing is the date of birth. Obviously, this is one of the ways the system, the algorithm is going to recognize whether or not you fit into that category. You do not want to, I guess for lack of a better word, lie in this form, because they do check IDs when you show up at the site and they will turn you away. So be honest. This is good for their planning perspective as well, because you can't have, 10,000 people that lie about their birth dates showing up. So, and then once you fill out all the forms, you essentially submit, and where it goes is the health district is going to get notification on the back end, and if you fit those category, either the algorithm will ping you with an email, or the health district will reach out to you just to help you advance through the process.
Okay.
I believe that is it.
Thank you, Keith. Quick question. Not every member of the vulnerable populations has transportation to get to the vaccination site. Are we going to be involved with providing transportation?
Not at this point, but if you would like us to figure out a plan and a budget for that, then we could certainly look at doing a program like that.
It might be worthwhile to take a look at that.
We could use the Parks and Rec van that they have for seniors. We can look at.
There are also the buses from the school division if the school division's not using them, Okay. And not everyone would have an email address.
I know.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Okay, thank you.
The federal government just isn't using Social Security as a method for getting everyone vaccinated, but we have to deal with this.
Yeah,
and try to figure out.
it's out of our control. Yeah, okay. So let's start with our folks at home with questions and comments. Councilmember Javed.
No, I have no comments. Well, I have one question. I guess, our city employees are assigned to take the vaccine. Are we requiring them to take it, or are we just giving them a choice at this point?
We're giving them a choice. Again, right now, I'm so sorry, something's going on here. Did we lose everybody? Can you still hear us, Aziz? I think we lost everybody.
Yes.
No, he's here.
Is he there?
We can hear you.
Perfect.
Can you hear me?
So,
Yep.
okay. I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? Because we lost signal here.
Yeah, my question was, are we requiring our city employees to take the vaccine, or are we giving them a choice?
We're giving them a choice. Again, this is kind of this is a touchy issue from a healthcare perspective. We're trying to inform. We brought the fire department, OMD, here to provide a kind of a briefing on the technology behind the Moderna and Pfizer vaccine and the safeness of the vaccine. There's a lot of hesitancy. Now, clearly, we do have employees who, pregnant, breastfeeding, they are not supposed to be getting the vaccine, so that scratches off a lot of employees. But right now, it's a choice. We're not going to force employees to do so. It's going to be more about information and encouragement. Right now, there's not even sufficient vaccines. As vaccines become more prevalent and I don't see the numbers kind of going up, then it's just going to be more and more kind of engagement with our employees, education, encouragement. But I hope that as they see their fellow employees at their departments getting it and doing okay, that more and more of them will feel comfortable getting the vaccine, and we can get those numbers up to a high enough rate to limit risk for our other employees. The good news came out today as well from an Israeli study is that it looks like the mRNA technology that Pfizer and Moderna are using, specifically look at Pfizer, does help prevent spread. That was a kind of a key question before, was whether that was going to do that. Early indications are that it will. So that's great news. So we want to try to get as many of our employees vaccinated as possible, and we're going to continue to encourage them to do so, but we're not requiring it. Certainly the kind of sick leave benefits and all that stuff will go away if the vaccine is available and you're refusing to get it. You're no longer going to be covered by admin leave if you end up getting COVID when the vaccine was available. So we'll keep, educating our employees and giving them the information from the scientific perspective about the vaccines to hopefully help them feel more comfortable with taking the action of getting vaccinated.
It is a profoundly personal decision.
And have we received a good response during the first round from our first responders, or has there been hesitant, or what are they thinking?
It's different with every department. Some departments it's almost like 100% that want to get it, whereas some it's very low. I think the PD data was here.
35.2.
Yeah, so with police it was 42, and they started after fire, so police is doing better than fire in this perspective. But kind of what we're hearing is as some of them are getting it, others are starting to see that and saying, okay, maybe I can get it because nothing happened to the employees who get it. Now there are some symptoms that you develop after you get the vaccine, which means it's working, right? It's activating your immune response, headaches, fatigue, other things our employees have been feeling that, which is why we were trying to kind of space it out so we don't lose all of our employees on the same day. So my hope again is to try to keep pushing up those percentages through education and just constant messaging from my part. Right now I don't want to do that because there's just not enough vaccines, so I'm not trying to push people to rush. And again, I'm thankful that our police and fire and we're eligible for the vaccines, but again, we shouldn't be the target population first, right? We're not the ones who are dying from this. Not to say that's not a serious thing. We've had employees who've had serious, issues related to it. The goal is to save lives, and we really want to push those who are 65 in order to be kind of in the front of the line to get the vaccine. But again, we're going to encourage our employees the best we can as the vaccine becomes more available to go get vaccinated.
Do you have a follow-up, Hasib?
No, that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor Banks?
Hi, thanks for the presentation, Keith. My question is that I noticed that Beacon Hall, George Mason, is where you guys are going to take the tour. Is that the location where our citizens that are eligible when it's their time will go to get vaccinated?
Yes and no. So some of them likely will, others hopefully. So we're partnering with the MAP clinic. We're actually going to be utilizing the community center. So hopefully the majority of our residents will be able to go to the community center to get vaccinated. But again, it's just going to depend on how much supplies the MAP clinic gets from the health department. But it is very likely that many of our residents will, when they receive their appointment notice, that's where they'll be going to get vaccinated. At least from these first few phases, right? As the hospitals start getting the vaccines for the general population, then you may see actually hospitals opening up for vaccination as well, which means we're going to have to do another follow-up cheat sheet on to explain how to register for the hospital vaccination when that goes live. That's still not live right now. The hospitals are focused on school employees right now to try to get schools reopened. So that's what Innova's the primary lead on that one. For our, they've already been in touch with our school officials about that vaccination process. But when the hospitals open up, then the hospitals become an option as well. The health department is trying to partner with pharmacies. So they have that relationship that they're building to see if they can get support from CVS and Walgreens for the vaccination as well. But we haven't received any further information about what that process looks like. But to answer your question, yes, I do believe many of our residents will be directed there for their vaccine.
Okay, thank you. My final question is, phase 1B is just city staff. That includes teachers? Because I noticed in the news, the local news, Prince William County had a headline that all their teachers will get vaccinated. Is that what we're talking about as the phase 1B?
Yes and no. So teachers are being treated separately. They're probably going to get it before other city employees and many people in the community, because the hospital system in Nova has received a supply specifically for schools, not for the other groups. So I guess you could make the argument that they're in the same time period as phase 1B, but they're being treated separately and kind of prioritized with the ANOVA system, the health system.
All right, that's it. Thank you. Thanks, Laszlo.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Amaya, do you have any comments or questions?
Yes, regarding the signups and you said you were going to have a staff member helping sign up through the website. What are you going to do with people that speak Spanish?
Well, good thing is a lot of our Parks and Rec part-time employees. So like we had a hotline when COVID began. We ran that through until August to do a food delivery to help our seniors to not have to go out to public areas to get their food and try to keep them safe. So we were able to develop a database, but we did have Spanish speakers as part of that database, and that would be the goal here again. If we can get that up and running and staffed, and that's something that Jay's working on the details for how to do that. And again, but we're probably gonna have to follow up with the health department, make sure we, that we're not in violation of any HIPAA rules here as we do this. We will do this immediately if we could, but again, we don't want to be in violation of any federal laws when it comes to privacy when doing this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And if everyone could speak directly into their microphone, that would be a help because the folks at home would want to hear questions as well as answers. Councilmember Moore?
Yeah. For those in police and fire that have already gotten their first round of shots, they're waiting for the second round to come, and we've been guaranteed that there will be vaccinations for the second round?
Yeah, that's why they're not opening it up right now to any new appointments. Because,
Okay.
So what happened was the federal government was supposed to hold back the second dose.
Yeah, and they
So they
released it.
provided the first dose, and then but they were providing the second dose with the first dose, and they didn't tell the states that they were doing this. So the states were vaccinating more people than we could.
Yes.
So they had to stop vaccinating new people to make sure that they have enough of the second dose for those who have already been vaccinated. So what we're hearing from the health department is that more than likely they have enough for that second dose.
What's the time period between the first and second
It's
dose?
about 3 weeks, right?
Yeah, it depends on the vaccine. I think Pfizer is 3 and Moderna is like 28 days or something like
Yeah,
that.
so between 3 weeks and 28 days, depending on the vaccine. So they give you the information right when you get vaccinated.
And are people given an identification card or a certificate that says that they've been vaccinated?
Yes, so when you go to get your vaccine, you go through this triage process. They'll check you in, you wait in line, et cetera, et cetera. When you get the vaccine, there'll be a nurse that'll give you sort of like an index card. It's a CDC index card is the standard form that they use for everybody across the country. What it's going to have on there is your name, your date of birth, my apologies, the date that you take the vaccine, whatever that date is, and then the vaccine lot number. That's very important because that's how they track you in the system, and that's how they're going to give you the same model, make of the vaccine when you come back next time. So you walk away with that index card. I would recommend not losing that because obviously they'll input the data as well, but that's just a backup in case the data doesn't show up or it's lost somewhere. So that's index card is very important.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Mensing?
When people are getting their first dose, are they signing up that day for their second dose appointment?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
When they go in to get their first dose, are they given an appointment for their second dose?
Unfortunately, that was not the case. When you go in, don't take away your information. You still have to go back into the system to schedule the appointment, and you can only do that when they recommend you do it immediately after the appointment is over. But oftentimes, when you come back to sign up, the appointment isn't really there. So you really wait like a couple of days before you can log back in, but you have to make another appointment yourself. It's not an automatic thing where you get the shot and they schedule you. I think that has to do with more like spacing of the logistic and supply chain out a little bit. But the bottom line is you have to make your second appointment.
So are people able to get an appointment in their time period, or are we having problems with that? Because what if they don't, what's the too late mark? Do we know?
Yeah, right now we can't answer that question. We asked the health district that question, but so far, the folks that have signed up that are waiting their second, the only ones that are eligible the health district believes that they have enough for them. So we haven't crossed that bridge necessarily yet, but we also don't really know what's the maximum time you can go without getting your second.
We can ask them for a follow-up. I believe the OMD answer that, I just don't remember what the answer was, but I do believe you may have more time. But we'll go back and check to see what the official recommendation is.
Okay. Councilmember Hampton.
One quick question. The location is at the Prince William campus of George Mason, correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
That's what I thought.
We'll have that on the flyer as well. We'll have the actual address for the facility as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's it. Thank you.
That's why I was concerned about transportation.
Right.
Yeah. Well, if there's no more questions, thank you very much, Keith and Laszlo. That was very complete.
I have one more.
Is that Vice Mayor Banks?
Mayor.
Go ahead.
Because Laszlo, on the flyers, do you still want to make the point or the suggestion that although you've just gotten vaccinated, right, you should still wear a face mask because it's not 100%. There's other variations, as well as it's not going to be an immediate immunity to COVID.
Yeah.
You can still spread.
Yeah. So
that point to still wear your face mask.
Yeah, so it definitely is, the effectiveness is not that great after the first shot. The effectiveness gets to where the trials say it does at sometime after the second shot. I want to say it's like a week or two after, but even then it's not 100%. So the ongoing messaging from the health officials are that everyone continues to wear a mask until potentially we reach some kind of herd immunity here where the virus will go away. And so I think more information will come, but we're nowhere near that point. We need to get to the point where the vaccine's available for the entire general public. I think before those conversations start about when the mask will go away.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, Preston. Okay, thank you. That's great. And moving on to Councilmember Hampton's presentation.
Yep. I have handouts. So take one and pass it on down. And I need to put on my glasses for this because I can't see. What I would ask my fellow members of the governing body is to hold the questions till I get done with the presentation, because it could very well be that I actually answer your questions in here. So just take a piece of paper, jot down your questions. So what I've handed out to you all is a concept to create a community maintenance working group. And as for those that are at home and aren't here, I'm going to read a little bit of it to you. So if you're agreeable tonight, then this will go up to vote the next time we meet, which is the first Tuesday in February. And the request is for the governing body to approve the creation of a community maintenance working group. The purpose of this proposed working group is to research and develop recommendations on preventing litter, neglected homes, and other forms of blight. The working group will present a list of recommendations to the governing body for review, for approval, and the governing body can select from that list all, some, or one, as well as the governing body will give the heads up, or not the heads up, but the approval to implement the proposed recommendations that receive the approval from the governing body and are prioritized by the governing body. Basically, the purpose of the working group, the end goal is to help protect the values of the citizens' real property and also the quality of life for all Manassas Park residents. The proposed working group will be limited to 5 members, a city council member, 2 city council members, with myself serving as the chair, 2 Manassas Park residents. At least one of those residents should come from the west side. And the proposals that the initial outreach about participation to the residents will begin with those residents who have posted concerns up on Facebook and other social media outlets, specifically in the past 6 months, as well as the city manager or a representative from his office that he sees fit. The meeting cadence for the working group. The working group will meet The exact dates and times will be determined by the working group once the working group meets. They'll either meet at the rec center or virtual location or hybrid of the two. Once again, that all depends on COVID and what's going on and what everybody feels comfortable. And the governing body briefings will be once a month. The proposal is the first governing body of the month to give everyone, the citizens and the governing body, an update of the progress thus far. What you have in front of you is a high-level timeline, knowing that a more detailed timeline would be developed once the working group gets together. Right now, as you take a look, it starts off with today presenting the concept to the governing body, the Manassas Park residents, then up for vote on the 2nd, and then February 3rd through the 10th, identify and onboarding the working group members, and then the actual gist of the work occurring February through June. And then in June, preferably the last meeting of the month, the group would provide the recommendations to the governing body. And with those recommendations, we would also group them in timing. That's near term, moderate term, and long term. Or other ways to think about it is low hanging fruit to moderate hanging fruit to high hanging fruit. And the exact definitions of that time would be determined by the working group. And then July through December 21 would implement the recommendations or recommendation that the governing body has approved, especially for the near term, and as well as provide reports, progress reports on. And that'll also give us time to monitor and adjust and see what recommendations we came up with, if they're working, if we have to make changes to it. And at the end of it, develop lessons learned. So this way, if someone in the future wants to do something like this, or if with the governing body or someone in the city staff, they have some background of why some decisions were made, what has worked, what hasn't worked. And then in December 21, the governing body, we would receive the governing body's approval to retire the working group or continue the working group, depending on the outcome. So if you go on page 4, there's just a couple frequently asked questions. And the first one is, why is the plan high level and not detailed? So basically, the long and the short of it, there's a concept in project management called the cone of uncertainty. So at the beginning of the project, it's very wide. You just don't know. You have a kernel of an idea. You don't know what you're going to encounter. So as you go out through time and you do your research and you define what it is, you define what the root of the problem is and how to address it, you can come up with some more details about it. And then one of the other reasons for introducing this concept is we've seen, I'd say in the last 6 months, we've seen some traffic increase on Facebook. I've even had citizens stop at my house and have complained about this. The other part of it is our job is to protect the residents, and including their investment in their properties, as well as protect their quality of life. So the other part of it is that since the majority of the income of our city comes from real property, the taxes on real property, that's part of our obligation is to make sure that we do what we can to protect those to keep that income level steady. And there's also research, and I have it here, and if you so inclined to read it, that does put a correlation between the quality of the neighborhood and the homes and the value of the home. There's a correlation between blight and whether or not the value of the home goes up or down. Whoops. So, any questions? I open now up to questions to the other members of the governing body.
Okay, Councilmember Mensing, would you like to kick off the questions?
No. Yes. Let's see. I guess I'll start with the packet. You said you're going to meet at the rec center. Have you gotten permission for that, or?
That would be the next step once this gets approved, to reach out to them.
Okay. Are we appointing the members of this committee, the governing body?
So that would be, Dean provided some research on that, and I would point to Dean to kind of clarify what the rules are on that.
Whenever the governing body is creating another public body, unless it's required to follow a certain process through state code, you should do it in a uniform way. And in the past, the governing body has come up with a resolution that says what the purpose is, how often they'll meet, gives direction, what the governing body expects, because this will be a body, a committee of the governing body. It's called a working group, but it will be a subunit of the governing body reporting to the governing body. So typically, if you already know who the chair is going to be, you can go ahead and name that. If you know who the members are going to be, you can name them. You can also set up a process where chair is elected. I mean, you can do whatever you want. It's your subunit. So, but it's a very good idea to put it in writing somehow. Now, sometimes if there's a long-term subunit, it'll go into the city code because it's just like crack. Parks and Rec Advisory Committee, that's in there. It's been there as long as I can remember, and it's in city code. This is something that would be probably 1 year, maybe 2, a more short-term process. So I would recommend doing it by resolution. And you put as much information as you have. So here we have, Laura's made a recommendation where she's the chair, and she's mentioned that, one other council member ought to be on there, and then some Laszlo or so his office, and then residents. So there's gonna be a process. They're gonna have to come back and get appointed by you. So you're just setting up the umbrella structure right now. So you can put as much information in there as you want. Any questions to that?
No, thank you.
No follow-up?
Not for that one, but I do have other questions.
Okay.
Of me or?
Probably not.
Okay.
So just to clarify, this working group would just basically come up with a list of things that need to be resolved.
Well, no, actually it'd be a recommendation. So that could be part of it. The other part of it could be outreach. Starting off looking at basically how can we prevent things from, I'll give you an example. On Friday, I'm going from the police station to the fire department. On the side of the road in Manassas Drive, there was a toilet on the side of the road. There was a paint can. Actually, not a paint can, a couple of paint cans. And it's could be trying to figure out why is that happening. Is that folks don't, not understanding that paint cans are actually considered hazardous materials? And if they're hazardous materials, what's the right way of going about disposing of it? So it could be something as simple as that. But whatever the recommendations are, of course, we'll have to figure out what the level of effort is on Laszlo's staff. So let's say, for example, if one of the recommendations is we need to go out and we want a ticketing system. Well, then we have to reach out to Laszlo and say, okay, what do we have now that can do this? If this doesn't work, then what are our options to go out and buy it? How much will it cost? What are the processes internally that we have to create, including if it's a ticketing system and a resident puts it in there, when can they expect a response back from the city? And that response could be the initial receipt of, hello, we got your email, to, hello, we are going out on such and such day, this is the time frame, and we're going to go out and check it, and hello, we went out and this is what we found out.
Okay.
And something like that would probably have to be probably more of a long term, because there's an investment of dollars, there's an investment of looking at staff, there's creating SOPs, reorganizing processes.
Okay. And I guess my last question is more for Laszlo. Is doing this right now going to be beneficial, or is this doing this right now going to end up with more problems just going into a choke point?
Yeah, it depends kind of what the expectations are of the community and the members of the committee about how quickly things can be turned around, right? So we're still in the process of survival, right? As a city, we're still kind of clawing our way out of here. We clearly don't have the staff to kind of tackle the service levels that are expected rightfully of our residents. We have a plan for how to get there, but we're still not there, right? There's still, like, my priority this year is trying to close these deals with these businesses to generate the revenue that can go back into supporting initiatives like this. So if the framework of this group is to do the outreach engagement, which I love, I think that's a good way to kind of start engaging with the community, providing educational opportunities for the community, that's always going to be helpful. And then with any recommendations that requires resources, as long as they understand that there's no expectation you all are going to vote on, yes, we need to do that, we need to do that now. because it has to kind of conform with kind of the budget and where we're at and what your budget priorities are as a governing body and what the timeline is for getting to those requisite resources to maybe accomplish those goals. So if the framework is we're setting up a plan, and Councilmember Hampton's point, she's setting up medium and long-term goals. So as long as kind of those more resource-intensive ones are kind of more medium or longer-term goals when the resources can catch up, I think it's a good idea. But if a lot of those things are pushed up front, kind of short-term goals because people want action now, you may be setting up for expectations that we can't meet. So that would be my concern.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
And when you said you mentioned that it would not be an automatic vote yes, but now that would have to be preceded by staff analysis. Is that correct?
Yeah, that would be my recommendation.
Okay.
So, and because I'm part of this working group, if it's approved in the structure, then at least I know what's being discussed, what's going to be recommended. And I'm sure there'll be ongoing dialogue, and I can go back to my team and task them with some homework as well. And we can provide, hopefully, we can form the working group about what the staff perspective is. Either they incorporate that into their recommendations, or they treat their recommendations separate as kind of a resident advisory group to you all on what they want to do. And then we would present, well, here's what they're presenting, kind of here's our recommendation, or here's concerns we may have, or whatever it is, we want to provide our perspective as well.
Is this workable? Is it even legal? Is a whole host of questions, right?
Being, of course, on a lot of the legal issues, the whole Dillon rule issue as well, what's enabled by state legislation. There's a lot more to it. So again, I think it's just setting the expectations. That's the I think it's a good idea. It's just the expectations have to be right about how city government works and state law and all that other stuff.
Okay, thank you. And do you have a follow-up, Alana, or anything? No, Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Councilmember Hampton, for the presentation this evening. The only question I think the city manager touched on it that I have was how the working group's list, which will be generated June 2021, will be factored into our budget prioritizations.
Right.
And as we as a council then making decisions, but not getting this list until the very end of that presentation, to me, seems like we might be setting up this working group for failure if we've already cut the pie of the budget up in our prioritization prior to. So that's a concern that I have, and the city manager touched on that, and just not sure if you have a clear answer for that.
And it's a valid concern, and it's something I did think about as I was putting this together, which is why I'm leaning back on the prioritization of the near term, I should say near term, medium term, and long term. My recommendation, just based on putting projects together and just sitting so far in just 2 weeks in council, is whatever we do in near term has to cost $0, or pretty much near $0, and that would be more like outreach.
Okay, which is great.
Yeah.
The outreach. $0 is great.
Yeah, right. And we can lean, and there's some innovative ideas that we can use.
Absolutely.
Which is reaching out. I'm sure that, and I don't know what the schools offer, but I'm sure they must have a journalism class or an English class. We create a contest for the students to, create the little pieces that would go into wherever it might go, whether that's text on a website, text in your water bill, whatever it might be. And, so this way they get a little bit of idea of what it takes, plus it takes some pressure off of Laszlo. And if worse comes to worse, I could just reach back into my communications background and write something. Not that I really want to, because I got papers to do, but.
my other follow-up question, and I appreciate Councilmember Mincing for raising the question. I didn't feel like I got an answer to the question, and that is, how will the members be selected? Will this body, the governing board, select the residents to serve? Or as Dean said, we could choose whatever we want, but I need clarification as to whether they're going to be appointed, or is this body going to be confirming anyone? Because I envision that once we open this up, we only have 2 slots.
Right.
We're going to get a lot of people interested in serving.
And I'm a firm believer that, just like you do in corporate world, you have a committee that looks at things and you choose. And I'd rather do that. We'll figure out a process, whether that's someone says it's their resume or they write something, why they want to be on this. Yeah. And then we can sit down either virtually or before a meeting and make sure you all have whatever information we have and then rank it. and then we come back and then we decide.
So you're saying that the governing body will make the decision as to
I would
who the
prefer
two
that.
residents would be?
I would prefer that because I don't have all the answers.
Right.
And I have my perspective, but everybody else has a different perspective.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And traditionally, it's been hard to get folks to step up and volunteer to be on committees.
I can be persuasive.
That's good. That's a good thing. Councilmember Amaya.
Thank you for the presentation. Is this only for the west side, or we just?
No, it's going to be the whole entire city.
Okay, so what happens with the places that have HOAs?
Well, that's some of the things we'll have to think about as we put the committee together. There are some rules that, that the city still, that applies whether you have a HOA or not, like littering, right? Something like that. Having chickens in your yard is another one. I personally would like to have a llama in my backyard, but we don't allow that. But I would like to have one. But, there's some things that are just applicable across the city, no matter where you live.
Another question I had is, so what exactly would the group be doing? Are we going to be walking the city to find these violations? And
so that would be something that the committee would have to figure out. So the committee is going to be researching everything from why we have issues, why we have litter, how did houses come into the situation that they're in, what have other jurisdictions done, and what might work here, what programs are available. I think walking the city, is important because how else can you really understand and get a feel of what's going on without actually going out and just experiencing that. Did I answer your question? I'm sorry, I went down a...
Yeah, you
okay.
And then another question I had, are we going to be kind of like monitoring like social media with people putting these types of complaints? And
I think that's essential.
We don't hear...
Right.
We hear our residents saying that we don't answer quick enough when it comes to email.
I think that's essential.
Is that going to be part of like what?
It could be,
okay.
if the committee decides to, but I think at the very beginning that's essential. We should go back and comb through at least the past 6 months and see what people have to say.
I like the part that you said about the outreach. I think it's more of an educational thing. I want to make it so that the group is going to be helping versus kind of like pointing fingers. In
right.
other words. Okay.
And I think a lot of issues in life are based on a lack of knowledge. Right. And it's not always through someone's fault. It's just maybe the information is buried. And that's part of the idea is actually when we do our analysis is actually look to see what we have on the website and see what gaps are missing. Going back to past leaders of the city and see what they have done and what they encountered and kind of using that and incorporating that into whatever we come up with.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Javed.
Yes, good evening. Preston, if you want to go before me, mine's kind of lengthy. I don't know if yours is short. I could go last if you want.
Sure, I'll go. I got two short ones. Madam Mayor, if you don't mind, I'll go and then Hasib.
Yes, please go ahead.
My first question is, I guess it's for Laszlo. You mentioned the word set up for failure, right? That phrase. My concern is that the recommendations or suggestions that come out of this working group will not be feasible, either financially or dealing with the code. And so, I'm trying to picture, we're going to get these recommendations, they're going to meet, but it's still not going to be doable or put into action. And so, the citizens are going to be upset. So I'm wondering, because I guess this question is for Laszlo, would it be better? I tried this in the past with other opportunities, just to make code changes if we can, to try to improve, especially the west side where they don't have an HOA. It allow for improvements to be made there for houses. And would it be better just to hire someone or to make the code changes instead of a working group so we don't set them up for failure?
Yeah, so there's two parts to that question. For the latter part about hiring someone, Dean's reached out, he's helped me find an attorney, and I've been so overworked, sorry, Dean, I haven't been able to reach out to him. But there is an attorney who specializes in exactly what you discussed, in kind of helping out with kind of these code amendments. So that can be done in conjunction with this as well, so that you all are informed about what a comprehensive code amendment analysis will look like. Of course, it's gonna require funding approval from you all as well to have the attorney brought on board. That's gonna be the best way, the best comprehensive way to align our code with kind of best practices. For kind of the first part, I think with the group, if they're researching other Virginia jurisdictions about what they did and their best practices, then it's likely more, it's more doable unless, I mean, they have to understand that certain jurisdictions are treated differently, right? So the county executive form of government or the county manager form of government, like in Arlington, even if they use those jurisdictions, they have to understand that sometimes there's differences in state law, but as long as they're kind of sticking within the parameter of Virginia examples, then the things are likely doable with those caveats about the different forms of government in Virginia. They're doable as long as, again, if they require resources, they understand that it's as budget allows, right? And that the expectation is the understanding, like the committee, when they open up, it should be reiterated that the city just got out of this financial mess, nearly labeled fiscally distressed, all these problems that we've just pulled ourselves out of, and we're not out of it yet. And that, we have a plan for increasing resources, and if these recommendations involve resources, that, there's a caveat there that we're, they're recommending this to the governing body, but that they're aware of the financial limitations. They would like this to be kind of a priority for funding in the future. I think that's fine. I think the concern may be if they start looking at jurisdictions outside of Virginia where state law is going to be completely different, then you're not going to be able to get a lot of doable things in Virginia. So I agree that having that attorney on board to kind of advise for a comprehensive code analysis is going to be the best way, because they are going to understand kind of what's permitted by Virginia state law or not.
But that's not something that we would be able to afford to do right away. From what Councilmember Hampton has said, the emphasis in the beginning would be on communications.
Would be on things that cost $0.
That cost $0, and on down the line, perhaps do that complete code analysis that you had discussed
a while ago.
In the
budget amendment, we did pocket a little bit of money. So
okay.
I'm hoping to engage with that attorney, kind of get a general understanding of what the budget could be.
What did we set aside?
It was around $15,000 that we just
pocketed
in because it was part of the town hall that we had back in the fall. It was one of the recommendations, and there was kind of a push that let's do this sooner rather than later. So Dean helped me out with some research on attorneys who can help us out with this, and just the next step is getting them on the phone and bringing them out here, or getting a scope of work from them, bringing that back to you all for ratification, and hopefully they could turn that around and provide that also to the working group as an extra source of information to guide them.
Thank you. Preston, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, and my other question is, this is for the entire city. We somehow, because I want to make sure, my concern is we're not creating a new problem. And certain citizens in certain pockets of our city are going to be upset that their neighborhood is not represented in this working group, and therefore they're being neglected. And that's my concern about this working group is making sure that everyone is represented, and there's going to be someone left out, some street or a neighborhood.
Right. So that's
you hear from them, definitely.
Yeah. Well, so the best that we can come up with, because you don't want a large group. So I can only tell you what I know from my training and my experience is that when you have a working group, you want it no more. Typically, you want to keep it at 4, but we're making it 5 so that it can be uneven in numbers. The best we can do to make sure that the whole entire population is represented is by having 2 city council members on there, having at least one citizen from the west side and the other one being from wherever else, as well as having someone from the staff there. That's the best we can do. And if people are interested, we will go out and we will get their feedback as well.
If I may interject here.
Yes, ma'am, there.
If it's created by the governing body, it will be a public body, so anyone can attend your meetings.
That's true.
And make comments. So there probably, Preston, would be a lot more input by folks from all over Manassas Park.
Thanks. That's it. And thanks, Hasib.
Okay. Go ahead, Hasib.
Yeah, good evening. Sorry, I don't have the handout in front of me, so I'm trying to remember some of the comments that were said. And I guess some of my questions were already answered as well from the other governing body. My question, Laura, is that is this a working group necessary to be formal, like in a formal way? Is it necessary to be adopted as a public body? Let me clarify what I'm saying. Like, I guess there's neighborhood watch parties, there's neighborhood security patrols, where elected officials can go ask for public to come join them on a monthly basis, and as you as a city representative could hear their concerns and then bring that yourself to the body. I don't see a need where this working group can be formed to be appointed and to be by the governing body, and then to have deliberation with the governing body and so forth. When I was in Gainesville, we had a lot of break-ins in the car, and I actually organized a neighborhood, neighborhood watch, and I was in contact with the Gainesville supervisor at that time, and he actually presented some of my ideas, and I was even an elected official. So I'm trying to see if this is something that you can maybe do on the side without maybe formalizing it as a formal group.
So that is a thought that I've thought that's something that did come to mind, and we've had some residents actually do that informally. The issue with that is then that you just don't have any teeth behind it, and you don't really have that overall holistic change that's needed. And by holistic change, that's everything from outreach to the citizens. That is change, possible eventual change to the ordinances, whether they need to be tightened, they need to be loosened, or maybe it's the introduction of something else. Really, if you really want change right now, it really does have to come through this body. And just me doing it alone, it's not going to be as effective as having citizens' involvement, having it open to all citizens. Everybody should have some input into this, as well as some visibility into it. But I do see what you're saying. Your concern is that it's going to be taxing on the. I'm gathering based on your comment. The concern is that's going to be taxing on the governing body. But at the end of the day, that's what we're here for.
Well, no, I mean, I'm not saying taxing on the governing body. I'm just saying that, we each could represent the whole city and take this initiative, on our own. But my next question would be that, say you do find a violation, right? What is the next step? What is the flow of processes here? Like, are you going knocking on that door saying that you have made a violation? Are you recommending the governing body to issue a fine? I mean, what is the thought of once you see a violation being done? What is the working group's authority once you establish?
So, right now, the process is following our existing process, which basically a citizen picks up the phone. They either call one of us, or they call code enforcement. And for right now, that's all we can do. The working group. Part of the proposal of what they're doing is, I don't know how else to say this other than looking at near term, which is the $0 stuff, and then possibly digging into more long terms, which would be more something along your question of, how are we going to go about and handling violations. That's something that we will have to figure out. But in the near term, it's just following the process that we have now. Now, whatever our findings can be then maybe incorporated until once we get our new website in. If and when we get some other system to handle issues, then this can be incorporated into that as requirements for that system.
Right. So let's take an example. Say you one of your comments was to prevent houses of getting blighted. I think you mentioned that. So you say the grass is like 10 feet tall, right? So are you proposing that the city go on private property and mow that lawn?
I'm not proposing that at all right now. What I'm proposing is that those are some of the things that we think about as the working group. And if that happens right now, we would just follow our existing process. But that's something the working group would have to figure out or discuss with Laszlo as the best way to handle that.
Right. I mean, that's what I'm saying. These are all personal properties. The city has no authority on personal property. So my concern is that this working group, as good intentions it has, it might not be effective in compliance. Okay.
Well, that's and Hasib, that's also why when it comes time when we put the recommendations in front of the governing body, that's why we'll have a list of recommendations, and the governing body can choose some, all, or maybe just one of the recommendations.
Thanks. Can you maybe off the top of the head let me know what a recommendation would look like?
So maybe one recommendation.
Like overgrown grass.
So I can, for that, all I can tell you right now was what the recommendation that we have right now is to follow our existing process. But as far as a future recommendation, that would require us investigating what we're allowed by law, looking at what other jurisdictions do, and then creating a recommendation based on that, and as well as a conversation with Laszlo and the pertinent staff members. Because we have this constraint, right? We have constraints of time, money, staff, and of course, law.
Right. So, Laszlo, do we have? I know we were talking about private properties couple meetings back, and we decided to outsource to a company. Am I correct, or?
Can you repeat that? We outsource what?
Yeah, so we kind of outsourced the enforcement for code enforcement.
No, we have an internal staff member who does code enforcement. Yeah, if you're asking in the future as we grow, do we want to have private sector code enforcers join our public? It is something I've been looking at, but I haven't found anyone who does that service. So I mean, we can keep looking as well, but it's most likely have to be additional code enforcement officers of the city.
Sorry, let me get my list together here. And then the other question I have is, most of these are advisory groups and working groups. Is it customary for them to deliver to the governing body or to that department?
It depends on what the governing body wants. So you're creating a group, you're going to tell them what to do. But so I want to just make a clarification though, Hasib. You said that the city can't go onto private property to cut grass. That's not true. We actually, section 17-49 of the city code does require us to give notice. And if the notice is they don't cut the grass, we go and we cut it and we place a lien on their property for the city time to do that. And we've done that in the past. So a lot of the stuff that we have the problem with.
Oh, right, yeah. That's the only way we go on there and put a lien on the house, right? If we cut it and then we could get reimbursed by the lien.
Well, you build the owner first.
I mean, we already have these systems in place.
Bill first,
we have a
and
code
then
enforcement department.
Yeah, I think
owner.
We have all these codes already in our books. I just want to make sure this is not counterintuitive. I mean, the outreach part, you can just put a simple Facebook post out there, and people are responsive in just from Facebook. And funding this too later down the road. I don't know. I mean, I just need to do a little more research on it.
I think personally the most useful way that this group could help the city would be to research other localities. And because we just don't have the time to do that.
Right.
And find out what other jurisdictions are doing, best practices for this stuff. Because if we find an easier way to do it, then maybe we can have staff, kind of do it that way instead. Because we are limited. We only have one person running around doing this throughout the whole city.
No, I agree. Yeah, I mean, I think the research part is important.
Maybe also,
but we're not gonna have one person in that department for long term as our finances changes. I mean, our goal is to add more personnel to these departments.
and perhaps also another thing this group could do would just be to notify the city manager of issues that maybe the staff wasn't aware of. Because I don't think it'd be a good idea for the group to go directly to staff, because there's going to be two members of the governing body on this group, and the governing body is not supposed to directly interact with staff for a reason, because they tend to drop everything else and do whatever it is that council member wants. So maybe that's something they can have a process where, since Laszlo is part of the working group, maybe when they meet they can bring this stuff to his attention, and then he can take it for action too. There's any number of ways this could work.
Yes, well, that's say like our Parks and Recreational Advisory Board. They report to Jay, right? Or they talk to Jay about issues from the community, or do they talk to Laszlo?
Yeah, so the committees, they're your committees, right? You can task them to report back to you all. There's usually a staff member there, right? Just like you all have me to advise you all. There's usually, like in the library advisory group, the library director is the staff member for that. For Parks, Jay will be the staff member, but they don't report to Jay. They're an independent group that can report back to the governing body on whatever recommendations they have. They're kind of the citizen input to Jay, so that we take what they're telling us very seriously as another point of information coming from the community as well. But they report to you all, not to city staff.
And I'd like to emphasize that what Dean said is absolutely correct. The members of the governing body really should not be contacting staff to direct them to do stuff, because we should go through Laszlo. As Dean said, staff will drop everything to do what we ask them to do. In reality, they may have been tasked by Laszlo to do something extremely important that should not be dropped so that they can do what we ask them to do. So it's always important, I emphasize, to go through Laszlo. Hasib, do you have some follow-up questions?
Oh, I agree, yeah.
Oh. What did he say? I couldn't hear.
Sounds like I agree.
I beg your pardon?
He said he agrees, and then he muted.
I think he
agreed with
agrees.
your comment.
Yeah,
Okay, he agrees with the comment. Okay. But does he have more questions? Do you have more questions, Hasib?
No, I mean, I think most of my questions were answered. I mean, like Councilmember Banks said, I mean, we don't want to create more problems. Like if the community comes with ideas and recommendations, and we just can't do it either financially or by code. I think we would need to look at the whole city code if you want to change anything, and just look at our approach. But yeah, I mean, I have no other question.
Okay. I did have a question that was sparked by the conversation. What is the expectation for city involvement in the outreach process? And I ask this because, first of all, of the understaffing issue, and second of all, because staff will have to bring back, as part of their recommendation in February, an impact. So they would need to get an idea of involvement.
Right. So at the moment, without meeting with the, I probably should put this down so people can hear me. So at the moment, without actually meeting with other members of the committee, thinking as far as outreach, what I'm thinking based on my communications background is text on the website. It's text in the billing. It's a slide that goes up on the city page. It could be a presentation in one of these meetings. Simple things like that. So what we would require of them for that initial outreach is just that work, that legwork that we can't do. Putting something up on the website, doing whatever needs to be done so that it goes inside the water bill, so that it goes up on that on the slides on the city page. That's what I'm envisioning it right now. As far, like I said, as far as writing, we know that the staff is taxed, and that's where the group can come in. We can leverage either members of the group to write it. Like I mentioned before, we can even do some sort of contest with the high school. Give the students some experience in doing some public relations or some journalism. And if need be, as much as I joke, I do have some bandwidth to do some of the writing.
Okay, thank you. Any other last minute questions? Councilmember Moore, go ahead.
I just had a follow-up question. Councilman Hampton, do you envision these meetings take place at night or during the day?
Don't know yet. That's going to be dependent upon the group.
Because I think that's going to be very important for the staff to do a financial impact of this working group. If it's overtime at night or a staff person is staying in the evenings, or if it's during their work day and work hours. So I'm not sure how the city manager is going to calculate that.
It's going to be me if it's.
It is going to be you.
Well, yeah, I mean, if it's in the evening again, I'll probably end up taking that because they're meeting monthly again, so I'm not.
Well, it seems like they're going to be more than monthly because they're briefing us once a month.
Right, and the briefings can either be by one of the city council members, or if a citizen wants to do the briefing that's on the committee, they can do the briefing.
And so do you envision the working group meet more than once a month?
Probably in the beginning, it'll probably be required.
Right.
At least twice a month.
I'm concerned about the city manager's bandwidth. I mean, I appreciate your willingness to go to all these meetings in the evening, but I also would like to see our project take place here and we get the economic development that we're trying to work for. And we have a budget cycle that's coming up, but I'll leave that up to the city manager and his wisdom and his time management.
What is your bandwidth?
It's not, no bandwidth, but, so again, it's not a financial impact. It is a cost benefit, right? So
sure.
Time has to be, on one thing has to be shifted to this, right? So that's why I'm not assigning Calvin to this. He would be the logical, but I've overtasked Calvin.
So can you tell us then what you would have to give up if you were two meetings a month devoted to the working group?
I think I could do the meetings. It's how much will come of those meetings afterwards that's expected of my time to kind of do research, prep for the meeting. So just prepping for these meetings is a lot of work to develop a packet for this one. Tomorrow night we have the EDA. So I prepared something for them as well. I have to come brief them. I can handle evening meetings. I know different jurisdictions will have different levels of evening meetings. But yeah, I mean, you end up kind of getting drained and you have to you can't focus as much on other things, right? Everything is
trade-off.
So but if this is a priority for you all, then I get it. You guys can task me to kind of focus on this as well. I can still, I'll still be putting 100% effort into the economic development stuff, but it may just be other things that I just end up spending less time on, but because we have to get the economic development stuff.
And then my final comment, based on what you just said, and I appreciate that, the question is this a priority? I would suggest that this body put this as an option in our priority list. We as a governing board could vote and make it a high priority, and then we would implement it. But if it's not, then it would fall through if it's not something that we think is something high. It seems like right now we're putting this above, we're putting the cart before the horse. We're putting it before our prioritization. And we're saying we're going to do this, and we may be losing out on some other things that we should be doing beforehand. So I would argue that this whole project should be one of the other priorities that we as a council consider, or a governing body consider, as we move forward.
Can I have a suggestion? So when I was first hired, and we had a relatively new governing body as well, brand new mayor, been here for 8 months prior, but we all met as a group. We called it a retreat. We didn't really go anywhere. We went to the police community room.
We need to do that
spent
again.
The day together.
Yes. We do it again.
Yes.
Yeah, and I outlined kind of what, I put on my consulting hat, so I had 90 days here. I had evaluated what the issues were for the city, right? and presented on the challenges in the morning. And then we talked about recommended solutions. And then we capped it off with a discussion of a priorities list. What is the governing body priority for all the different components that they want staff to focus on? And that's what kickstarted all this. The overwhelming priority for the mayor of the governing body was fix the finances. Mm-hmm. That was number one. ERP, all these other things. So that drove. Second was economic development, right? Demi, we didn't focus on economic development. It's just right. Finances was the first thing. And now that we've been getting better with finances, I've kind of been shifting a little bit more to economic development, but that's my choice, to kind of base off of what I'm hearing. But maybe we need that additional clarification from you all. Is economic development now the top priority now that we've satisfied the financial? Because to be honest with you, I am sacrificing a lot of operations management. So as a former consultant, a student of management, right, I'm not able to dedicate as much time as I would like on improving operations management of the city, because I've had to become a budget program manager, right, to turn that around, help Han with the finances. We did a lot of work the first 2 years on the audit stuff. Economic development coordinator, right? I've had to take on that role as well. So there's sacrifices that come with it, but that's why it's important to prioritize. I've been working off of those priorities set by the mayor and governing body 3 years ago. We have a lot of new members. Perhaps we need to meet as a group again and discuss what our priorities should be over the next 3 to 5 years.
Well, I could truly say as a new member of this governing body, I would benefit greatly from having a retreat to talk about those priorities going forward as a governing body.
Absolutely. And I think we've all come to grips with the fact that economic development is the key to our doing everything else that we want to do. If we don't have the revenue, we'll never be able to staff up. We'll never be able to go out and ticket the way we want to ticket and correct all the community maintenance issues. So economic development is extremely important. There has been a comment on YouTube. Keith just emailed me. Mr. Mike Smith, his comment is, if the grass is 10 inches high, the city has a responsibility to the community to eliminate a nuisance. What happened to the old policy of doing the work and sending the property owner a bill?
That's still the case.
That's still the case, Mr. Smith. Yeah.
Again, but because we're short-staffed, unfortunately, we're reactive. I know our residents want us to be more proactive, but we have like our public works crew dealing with water breaks, dealing with other things. And just as a reminder for the community, we don't have fully staffed streets divisions, water and sewer divisions, stormwater division, general maintenance divisions, right? All those teams are combined to create one unit that gets assigned for what needs to be done, right? So they all get together to work on the water issue that we're having that day, or the street issue, or to cut that grass, right? We're pulling from this one team because we've cut remember when I presented to you all, I've kind of given you kind of the same spiel that I did for the governing body 3 years ago about what the challenges were. And when you looked at that table about FTEs from 2008 and now, the two biggest areas that were cut were kind of the financial infrastructure and public works, the community development and public works. Those took, public works is like a 40% reduction, right? So you kind of get what you pay for, right? So if you have to combine all these teams so they can function with each of those responsibilities, it means that they're tasked on putting out the daily fire versus being able to be strategic and be more proactive in those other things. The same thing with our development services team, where the development services manager is also your zoning administrator, is also your city planner, which is also your city zoning enforcer, right? That means you're not going to get two of those things done at 100% effort because there's only so much time in a day, right? And we used to have more positions. We, reality, should have a zoning, and as part of that code enforcement team, someone focusing on proactively going out and looking at zoning violations, being supervised by a zoning administrator who's supervised by a development services manager, right? Who's looking at the other aspects that they do in that department besides just zoning, besides just code enforcement, building, permitting, all the site plan stuff that I'm throwing at Mickey right now for the downtown, right? That's a lot of work on their part, which means unfortunately, we can't be proactive at this point. And that's where it goes back to why it kind of makes sense for me to sacrifice operations management right now. There's not a lot to manage. It's really reactive. And when we get the economic development situation fixed and we have more resources, then we can really look at maximizing kind of what are best practice from a management standpoint to better allocate those resources. But right now we're bare bones, so we're doing what we can just to keep the city afloat.
Do you have a follow-up?
No, thank you.
We appreciate it, by the way.
Laszlo, if you did not have the bandwidth to attend every single meeting, do you have someone to designate? Like, would your assistant attend, or would you expect the committee, the working group, to tape their proceedings so that you could listen to it later? How would?
I can attend as long, again, I may have some conflicts if it's like Thursday evening or Wednesday evening. I'll have to work with the chair just to make sure it's not every Wednesday, it's not every Thursday evening, but my time with my daughter, right? That would be the only limiting factor for me. But outside of that, even the weekends where I don't have my daughter, I'm willing to meet and come here and do that. So that'd be the only thing I'd like to coordinate with the chair, just making sure it's aligned for kind of those off weeks or off weekends.
Okay. Is that agreeable?
Yes, because, that we had to take everybody's schedules into consideration. Everybody's pretty much volunteers, so.
Yeah.
But again, the logical people would be Calvin and Nikki, but again, I've already thrown way too much at them.
They are pushed to the wall.
Yeah.
We
all the development stuff.
We get that. Yeah.
They're the ones doing kind of the day-to-day review stuff already, right? And so I feel bad as a city manager. I'm throwing a lot on a lot of people. So even like Chris and Keith, right? With Chris, you saw everything we have with the CARES Act, right? All this software stuff. He's the one taking the lead on that one, right? That's a lot to implement in 1 year. All those different software components. Keith, our operations chief, but also our emergency management director, gets hired, and right after he gets hired, COVID breaks out. So that's something he's been focused on as well. And a lot of the coordination, there was a lot more to it before, and now I have a feeling there's going to be a lot more to it again as we work to develop kind of this vaccination outreach program as well. But so there's limitations that I would hate to throw more things at them right now. Keith's also been helping out pretty tremendously with the next item when we talk about the city hall design. He's kind of been the PM, kind of working with Chief Evans and coordinating that, because there was a lot of staff inputs to that review process for the new city hall. So there's a lot going on right now with the downtown, with the financial management piece. So that's why I would have to take on any of these new committees that aren't logically. So like we have DSS, we have one committee. Randy will take that one. Jay will take the park advisory. Our library director will take the library. Mickey and Calvin are already staffed for planning commission. I'm taking the EDA, right? I'll take governing body meetings, and then I'll take any additional committees that come up. As again, I'll try to coordinate. But even if I can't be here, we'll try to do like a go-to meeting as well, so I can at least participate in a go-to meeting.
Okay. That sounds good.
And the concept is, even if there is a conflict that we just can't avoid, there will be some sort of meeting minutes out of it as well.
Okay. Or some sort of recording.
Right, or action items or something.
Yeah, okay. Just so that he doesn't miss anything.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
Or we slip something in there, like, we have to put just something in there. An pink elephant with purple polka dots in the middle of the road.
Hey, Laszlo.
Is that you?
A question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, speak, Haseeb, sorry. Question for Laszlo.
Go ahead, Steve.
Do we have flexibility in our budget to add more staff to the code enforcement? I know we just did the parking enforcer and a couple admin in the police department, but what is our flexibility on adding more people? I mean, if we have systems in place, we just need personnel, then let's see if we can get some personnel to that department.
We're close to the FY22 budget process, so when I get the updated real estate assessment data end of March, I'll be better able to answer that question when I finalize kind of my budget recommendations, and certainly you all need to give me your priorities as well. But as of today, with the extension of the CARES Act, right? We in the budget amendment, if you remember, we budgeted a cushion for a CARES Act audit, right? In this fiscal year. The CARES Act, December 28th, after you all approved the budget amendment, it got pushed back 12 months. So yeah, do we have some financial flexibility in this current year? Yes, but again, that would incur a long-term reoccurring cost as well. So that's something that's why I'd rather wait to have that discussion as part of the FY22 budget when we do the long-term model as well, to see what the impact is for the decisions that for hiring and anything else, what the long-term financial impact would be. But the financial flexibility in FY21 has been improved because of the CARES Act. extension, but I do recommend kind of keeping that money because the audit may still come. It just may be FY22 or FY23. We'll see if Congress now can pass additional funding for local governments, but we just don't know. So there's still too much uncertainty. I would still recommend kind of keeping a pot of money in case in 1 or 2 years, federal auditors show up and they say, no, we don't agree, you didn't follow Treasury guidance completely and you have to return X amount of money. I would recommend we keep that pot there just in case, because there was constantly every few weeks some additional Treasury guidance on about what can and can't be spent. I don't know enough about the legislation that just passed that they provided more flexibility for the CARES Act, but I didn't hear anything to that effect, but that would be nice if there is more flexibility with the CARES Act money.
Thank you. Then my next question will be, I guess, towards Laura then. Laura, do you think this initiative should wait to FY22 when we can hire personnel to enforce this, or do you think you're thinking this should be something like right now? Because I fear that if we bring up recommendations, we want to fix it. We want to get these violations fixed, but
right. So part of
if we don't have the resources, personnel to do so, it's just going to be counterproductive.
So Hasib, that's where the planning goes. Microphone. Is it on? It's on. Okay. So Hasib, that's where the planning goes into. So we have to do, in order to get something into the budget, you kind of have to think things through, like the requirements that's needed. And some of those requirements might be in a year or two if we have the funding to bring on another code enforcement person. But we kind of have to think about that now in order to prepare for down the road.
Yes. All right. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you. Vice Mayor Banks, do you have a follow-up? Any last-minute questions?
Yeah, my concern, and I've just been listening, it is load management on Laszlo. I mean, we are a small city, and he explained it so well, but we have to be efficient in how we use our staff, including Laszlo. And I mean, I'm there with you. I mean, I get this in my full-time job, especially now that I work from home. I work even more. Work-life balance is so important. And these meetings are cutting into his evenings. I mean, he's trying to shift it, and he's trying to tell you he can't be available, but we have to be considerate of that. And if Laszlo is everywhere, he really is nowhere. And we do need him on these priorities, as Councilmember Moore mentioned. I mean, we've got priorities, and we need to set them and follow them. So that's my concern, is just the load management on Laszlo in particular, and just that I don't want him to get burnt out or even get sick because of this, because he's so exhausted or he does so many different things that he's just tired. And so we have to be considerate of that. That's all.
Thank you, Preston. Councilmember Mensing, do you have a follow-up of any type?
I don't have any more questions. I kind of echo what Vice Mayor Banks and Councilmember Moore are saying. I don't know that the timing is right. I think the intention is great, and I think that we've all been concerned about code enforcement. I'm not sure about the timing right now. I would like to do another retreat and just kind of overall see what our priorities are and rank them, because I feel like this one's almost jumping the line maybe a little bit, and I think we should just kind of slow down and reprioritize and just see where we stand. And I think Preston's right. We can't work Laszlo too much. I don't know that he would say no to us, but maybe you should.
Oh, okay.
We don't want to kill you.
No.
So do you want to schedule something for February or March? So we can almost wrap the budget priorities with the overall policy priorities into kind of one conversation, and kind of knock that out that one day.
But we still want to send in via email our budgeting priorities. Yeah. Okay.
I would recommend what are your policy priorities, what are your budget priorities, and then I can start developing surveys from that as well that we can even end up kind of discussing at that.
And sometimes we meld the two.
Yeah. Absolutely. There's a lot of overlap. Like
there sure is. Yeah. yeah, okay.
So like a retreat in February or March? Is
Yeah,
what you're talking about?
yeah.
Yeah, no, that's
Absolutely.
great. I think that's
Maybe
great.
do like a coordinating email
Yeah.
to kind of get that
Yep.
scheduled.
And at some point, Dean is going to want to do Dean, do you want to do land use training with us at some point also? So we'll work that in on a Saturday morning?
That would be great.
Yeah.
We can do it. We can
Okay.
have food and all that
Let's-
stuff.
So I have
Yeah.
a quick question about the timing. Laszlo, which would work better for you? Is the end of February work better for you, or for March, as far as getting things into the budget and stuff and
Yeah. I think
preparation?
End of February, the sooner probably the better. So end of February would be good. March is when we start getting a little bit more revenue clarity. So like I have like that 2-week period in the end of March to kind of get the final revenue pictures and then update the budget. So probably end of February would be great because we're still in kind of that expenditure mode at that time. So sometime end of February, but maybe we can send an email after and like the whole governing body to kind of see what everyone's schedule looks like around that time period and get
Sure.
everything signed. And
Sure.
then we can have food and coffee and everything available so we can.
Yeah. Okay, so let's take the pulse of the governing body now. Unless there's any questions, let's go from person to person and get a consensus whether we want to have staff bring something back in February or not. So let's start with Councilmember Amaya.
So I agree with Moore and with Alana regarding timing. I think we should wait, maybe after we've kind of figured out our economic development and we're maybe FY22. Because I think right now it's going to be putting too much on staff and on the mayor. So I would not like to move forward with the with the working group.
Okay, so that's a no.
That's a no, yeah.
Councilmember Moore.
I think it's a great idea. I think at this time, though, we want to put it as part of our prioritization process and have a discussion when we come together as a retreat. So, well, I think there's some concepts in here that are good, particularly the communication. I just think we're putting the cart before the horse. We need to wait until we've had this prioritization discussion as a governing body.
So that's a no.
That's a no. We should wait.
Councilmember Mensing.
Exactly the same. No for now.
Okay. I do favor this, and I'll tell you why. Even the technicalities of it aside, I think it has the potential to improve communication and information sharing between residents and the city. And I think that's important, and I think it could get off to a slow enough start that it would not be a burden to staff. Yeah, so I'm a yes. Councilmember Javed?
Yeah, I mean, the idea is a good idea, and just like Mayor Resha was saying, the communication part is important. And if this group is just for research, then I would be in favor for it as well, and for outreach. But if it's for enforcing compliance and all that, then I wouldn't be in favor for it. But as of right now, it seems like we're in the planning stages. So I would be a yes.
You broke up, Hasib. Can you say that again? Yes or no?
Yes, I'm in favor if it's just for information purposes only and communication.
Okay. Vice Mayor Banks?
It's a good idea, but just not now, so no.
Okay. So we have 4 no's. Are we willing to entertain this some months down the line if Councilmember Hampton would bring this back to us?
Yes,
Yeah, absolutely.
absolutely.
Oh,
After the retreat.
Okay.
I can do that.
Yeah, we look forward to revisiting this
Yeah.
again. Okay,
I'm
thank
fine with
you.
that.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Lots of good questions. Okay. Next is, are you still up, Laszlo? New City Hall and Infrastructure Updated Draft Budget.
Although the flow of this was going to be me presenting kind of the City Hall and then followed by the financial advisors, they've been on the call for a while, and I see Jimmy, you're still on, Joe, you're on as well, TW. So our financial advisors and bond counsel are still on right now. I don't know if we can have that. It may not make as much sense, but they're really just talking more about the financial instrument, and then I can answer more of the City Hall downtown questions in my presentation.
Okay, proceed.
Okay,
Yes.
great. So
Yes.
let me go ahead. So Jimmy and Joe, are you still there?
Yes, I am, Oslo.
I'm here. Screen. Give me 1 second here. Oh, actually. Let me get your, I'm going to get your presentation up, and then I'm going to share the screen so you can see it as well. And then you can just ask me to kind of move the presentation along as needed. Let me share the screen real quick. And let me know when you can see it.
Okay, presentation's up. Good evening, Mayor Ruschel and members of the governing body. This is Joe Mason with Davenport and Company. I have had the honor and privilege of working with the City of Manassas Park since roughly 2007, so going on 14 years. We have been tasked by the city manager and senior staff with coming up with a plan of action or plan of finance, if you will, for how to fund this particular City Hall ancillary public improvement set of projects that's part of a larger residential and commercial development. It's a very exciting project. I am joined this evening by my colleague, Jimmy Sanderson, who in a former life was a practicing bond attorney and is well-versed in public-private partnerships, and that's the primary reason I wanted him to join our team in serving the city, just simply because there are complexities involved in this type of public-private development that he can be helpful in, as well as he's very well-versed in lease revenue bonds from the Virginia financing perspective. Also on the line with us is T.W. Bruno, who is a representative of McGuire Woods, who serves as the city's longstanding bond counsel. And at this point, after those introductions, I'll turn it over to Jimmy and T.W. to sort of walk you through the financing structure, and I'll have some commentary a little later on about the credit rating process. So Jimmy or T.W., take it away.
Perfect. And TW, why don't I let you start on, Leslie, perfect, on that page of the financing structure overview. And just for the group, we're gonna hit generally just on how these bonds are structured. And then one of the things we want to do is walk through, using the timeline that we've set up, sort of what you as a governing body are going to see coming forward, as well as the EDA as well. And again, we're going to have a sort of an initial meeting with them tomorrow evening as well, to give them sort of this background structure. So TW, why don't you hit on this page for the council?
Sure. Thanks, Jimmy, and good evening, members of the governing body. The proposed mechanism to finance the new City Hall project is we've settled on sort of a commonly used structure in Virginia, and one that the city's used before as well, which is called a lease revenue bond structure. And so the bond component of the lease revenue bond is issued by the Economic Development Authority, and the lease part of the revenue bond structure is a series of lease transactions between the city and the EDA, and that lease and the payments that are made under it serve as the basis to support a repayment stream for the bond. So based on conversations that we've had with Davenport and city manager and staff, I think you may have been presented a financing plan that involved a certificate of participation, which is a very similar financing structure, but one that just isn't widely seen in the Virginia market. A Virginia lease revenue bond structure is one that, a lot of your neighboring jurisdictions use for financings. And so not only do we have the benefit of strong sort of legal support, but we also would see a strong support in the market for recognizing the structure as one that people understand. So the way this transaction is going to be structured, as I said, the EDA will issue the bonds. Those bonds will be issued to the public. They will be repaid from the payments that are made under the lease. I'll tell the EDA tomorrow that their bonds are non-recourse. That's a statutory thing under the Virginia Code, meaning that the EDA's only obligation to pay is from payments that get made by the city under the lease. And the city here is the EDA here is acting solely as a conduit, is the term that we use, which is a term of art, which means that they're here just to facilitate that lease-back structure with the issuance of the bond. They're really here just for that purpose. They're not going to be responsible for upkeeping City Hall or making any other sort of repair or replacement, whatever type of payment. The lease that is going to serve as support for the payment of the bond will have rent payments due by the city to occupy City Hall. And those payments will be subject to annual appropriation by the governing body. And so that means that it's not a debt in the Virginia constitutional sense and is subject to the future whims of future governing body. So, and sort of at a high level, that's the basic legal structure. That the city will own the real estate, it will lease it to the EDA, the EDA will lease it back. And that lease back is the lease where the rent payments will be made. Those rent payments will be pledged to a corporate trustee who's sort of the financial institution that's charged with doling out the payments to the bondholders, and that's your basic legal structure.
Just to add a couple of clarifying points too for the certificate of participation for the new governing body members, because that was a structure that the developers brought to the city, and we discussed it at length during the springtime. But as we met with our financial advisors, once we knew the agreement was going to happen, as they dove deeper into it, they made a recommendation that we, try to get an EDA constituted if we can, or at least ask another EDA, Prince William EDA or others, to utilize this other mechanism because it's more common in Virginia. So they felt that our annual rent payments would be less by going this route than the certificate of participation. But it's a very similar structure, but one involves kind of separate financial institution of the developer. This one would be the Economic Development Authority, which is a separate legal entity also from the city, as Dean will clarify at the end of this presentation.
So, Laszlo, can you hear me okay? It's Jimmy.
Yes.
Okay, and however your body there wants to handle this, if they want to interrupt us, happy to answer questions, or if you want to hold them, whatever works best for the group, we're happy to accommodate, obviously.
Let's hold questions.
We wanted to give you here on this page, these are the participants, the majority, most of the participants in the transaction, but obviously the city of Manassas Park, you are the lessee under the lease arrangement that TW just described. The EDA acts as the lessor, but they're also the issuer of the bonds. So the city is not issuing any bonds. That's actually being done by the EDA. But again, the repayment of that debt comes from those lease appropriations that you and future councils will make going forward. Davenport, as Joe described, is the financial advisor to the city. We have a fiduciary obligation to represent you and the city's best interest, obviously, as does your attorney. And the next one, McGuire Woods, bond counsel to the city. They're the ones that are drafting the documents predominantly that ultimately would go before both your board, your council, but also the board of the EDA. NW Capital Markets, they're what we call the senior manager, and they're really the senior underwriting entity. They are going to be the ones that when we put together an offering document that some of you may have seen when the city sold bonds in the past. This will be an offering document that describes obviously the credit structure that we've got here, the lease structure, one that's very well recognized in Virginia, and we're comfortable that investors will know what it is and know what it means. But they are ultimately the ones that are going to sell the bonds to the investors, and through a negotiated process that we'll talk through in a little bit, will determine what the interest rate is on the bonds, and that's really one that's done at the time of the bond sale. Those interest rates will be locked in. We've also included in the underwriting group a co-manager. In this case, it's Raymond James. They act as a secondary underwriter of the bonds. They're partners with NW Capital in this case to go out and sell the bonds. We recommended to Laszlo and his group that we have another entity involved as well. We think it helps to increase the marketing of the bonds, and obviously the more you have people wanting to buy your bonds, the more demand there is, and ultimately that inures to the benefit of the city by lowering the interest rate that we can get on your debt. The underwriters have lawyers. Underwriters counsel in this case is Hunt and Andrews Kurth, also another Virginia law firm, knows the credit very well, the credit structure very well. And they will help put together the offering document and make sure that it has, from the underwriter's perspective, everything that we need to disclose appropriately to investors. The developer, through prior presentations, obviously, is Norton Scott. They're going to be a big part of the project moving forward for the construction of it. But we're going to talk now about the financing of it specifically. Let's flip to the next page, Laszlo. The timing of events here again. So we're talking right now about having initial meetings, obviously with council. We're doing that now, and the EDA tomorrow evening. We want to just make sure that you have a general understanding of the process we've been through on the financing side, what it's going to look like, what's going to come back to you ultimately for approval as well, and really get any of those little questions out of the way that you may have, so that you can when we come back to you on February 2nd, the sort of the general questions will be answered, and we can focus more specifically on the resolution that'll be before you. And so on February 2nd, we'll have City Council will meet, and you'll consider approving a resolution that'll authorize the execution of the legal documents and ultimately the issuance of those lease revenue bonds within certain parameters. So that resolution will lay out a maximum principal amount that we can borrow, a maximum interest rate that we can have, a maximum term of the bonds as well, really the lease for you, but all goes to the bonds. And all of that is so that we can have the authorization from the governing body that will delegate to your staff to execute the transaction, but it has to be within the parameters that are approved by you as the governing body. And again, the predominant ones are amount, interest, maximum interest rate, and the duration of the loan. Also at that meeting, a number of documents will be presented to you. They'll be in substantially final form, obviously with the ability to make some minor changes to the documents, really meant to just be the scrivener's errors that might be in there, and then ultimately including the specifics from the bond sale that would be, the final borrowing amount, the final interest rates. Again, all of those would be within the parameters that would be set out in that authorizing resolution on the 2nd. At the EDA meeting, which is being held the next day, we want to have City Council have your consideration. So let's assume, obviously, that was there a question? I'm sorry?
No question.
Nope. Okay. Assuming City Council's approval on the 2nd, then we would go to an EDA meeting the next day. Obviously, the EDA is going to be very interested in making sure they're not getting out ahead of City Council, so they're going to want to see your affirmative approval at that meeting on the 2nd. Again, the EDA is just acting, as TW mentioned, as a conduit. It's a common role In Virginia, obviously, they don't have any financial obligation with respect to the repayment of the debt or the maintain the facilities, and so we'll set all that out for them. But at the meeting on the 3rd, they will similarly adopt a authorizing resolution for the documents and the issuance of the bonds. And that's really the extent of the governmental approval process with respect to the bonds. And again, there are actions that are delegated to your staff to move forward with the transaction. But again, all within the parameters that you'll see in those resolutions in your case, February 2nd. While we're going through this process, we're putting together information for the credit rating agencies, and I'm gonna pause there. And again, Joe Mason is the person who's dealt with the city historically, and I'm gonna let Joe just make a comment or two if you'd like about the rating process right there.
Great, thank you, Jimmy. Very quickly, in the interest of time, we have rating meetings scheduled with Standard & Poor's and Moody's for February 9th. Ratings are a critical element of helping to get these bonds marketed and sold by the underwriters that Jimmy talked about. Some of you may recall that about a year and a half ago, the city entered, or re-entered, if you will, the public bond markets to effectuate a refinancing of some of the city's outstanding debt for economic savings. That was a very successful transaction. The city saved quite a bit of budgetary cash flow. More importantly, S&P had withdrawn its rating during the past few years because the city had been behind in its audits, and in no small part, with great thanks to your finance director, Ms. Yusuf, and the city manager and staff, the city has caught itself up on its audits, and S&P was able to reinstate the rating at the same level that it was when it was withdrawn. So you have general obligation bond ratings of AA- from S&P and A1 from Moody's. These are least revenue bonds. Since they're not a full faith and general obligation pledge of the city, they're subject to appropriation. There's a little bit of risk there that the city could not appropriate in the future, or future governing body members could fail to appropriate. So they're typically rated one rating notch below the general obligation rating for something as essential as a city hall project. So in other words, we're looking at potentially an A+ rating from S&P and an A2 rating from Moody's. As we move through time in the transaction, we will make a final decision about whether or not we want to pursue ratings from both of those agencies or just one. If we choose one, it would more likely be the higher one. Another consideration that we may undertake is the potential purchase of what's called municipal bond insurance, which basically is credit enhancement to the city's underlying ratings. The two major bond insurers that exist in the market today are rated AA. So if it's of an economic benefit to the city, meaning that after paying the insurance premium, the interest rate goes down such that the cost of the premium is overcome by more savings in terms of the cost, then we would consider purchasing a bond insurance policy. If it's a break even or worse, we would not purchase the policy. But again, that's another sort of inflection point for a little bit down the road as we work with the underwriter and start to pre-market the bond issue a few weeks from now. So with that, I'll turn it back to Jimmy and TW to take us through the rest of the timeline.
Perfect, thanks, Joe. And the rest of it's fairly straightforward. But we would expect to receive our credit ratings about 2 weeks after we meet with them or so. We plugged it in there in late February. One of the other key line items that we've got here is at your March 3rd council meeting, the final budget for the project will be presented. And that'll be important. So because at that point we'll know exactly how much the cost of the project will be, and we'll only need to borrow for the amount necessary in the market. So we would know that number at in early March. It would be presented to you at that time. And then we would expect to go into the market in early March. Bonds will be sold again through that negotiated sale process that we talked about with NW Capital and Raymond James. Interest rates, the way the process works, interest rates will be locked in at that point. So there'll be one day, maybe a 2-day marketing period, but there'll be one day where we will say, we will hear from the underwriters and they'll say, all right, we're going to lock in your interest rates at these rates, and we'll sign what's called a bond purchase agreement. And that will lock in our rates until closing, which we give the lawyers a couple weeks to get all the documents processed with the final interest rates and numbers in them and executed by the right parties. And so we would expect to close on the transaction in mid-March, and then funds will be available at that point in time for the city to draw on the project. And that would take place through the trustee that was mentioned earlier. The funds will be held in trust with a trustee and accessed by the city just through a simple requisition process with the trustee. So let me stop there, Laszlo, and obviously that's a lot for some who maybe aren't familiar with the bond process, and we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. That was a very good presentation. Let's start here. Councilmember Hampton, any questions?
No, it seems pretty straightforward.
Councilmember Mensing.
No questions.
Councilmember Moore.
No questions. Thank you.
Councilmember Amaya.
No questions.
Okay. Councilmember Javed.
Yeah, I have a question. I guess you were talking about the credit rating. I mean, can the lease financing and I guess revenue financing be combined to achieve a higher credit rating?
This is Jimmy. I'm not sure I'm completely following your question. I mean, the lease revenue financing is the interest rate that ultimately you will get is going to be driven largely off of your credit, or predominantly off your credit rating. Obviously, much of it will depend on what the market is at the time we go in to sell the bonds. So it's going to be based off the credit structure that we've set up. And what Joe was talking about was that the difference between a general obligation credit rating versus this lease revenue structure is approximately one notch off of one notch lower. And so the interest rate that what you're giving up is you're not using your general obligation capacity that is limited under the state constitution, right? And that would provide a little bit higher rating, but your lease revenue isn't considered debt under the state constitution. So it's a little more risky to an investor. But in this case, again, you're a very high rated credit. Virginia markets understand these lease revenue bonds. The differential in interest rate between those two credit ratings, in our view, is going to be minimal. What Joe was talking about also was the ability to maybe use that bond insurance. Think of it as like a letter of credit or a guarantee behind your bonds that you may pay, making it up, at $10 for, but you would lower your debt service by $12. And so if that math works, we would pursue that process to get you a lower cost of funds, but only if it made economic sense to you. Let me stop there. Just make sure is that the question that you were really getting at?
Yeah, I think that kind of answered it. I was just curious, like if it was considered to be a revenue generating, why the creditors see that as a negative.
I got you. I think if what you're asking, I mean the project that you're building is something that we are going to lay out for the rating agencies as something that's going to generate revenues for the city going forward. So absolutely, that's going to play into ultimately what is the overall credit rating of the city if you were to, for example, pledge your general obligation pledge, and if a lease revenue structure is going to be one off of that. So Councilman, that's going to be an important process in the rating presentations that we make to the rating agencies. But ultimately, whether those monies are produced well above the expectations now or below the expectations now, the credit that's there is going to be an appropriation credit of the city council, whether it's this city council or one 10 years from now, and whether you want to appropriate the lease credit to pay the sort of rent payment on the city hall.
Yeah, I mean, and I would just add to that, this is Joe. I mean, the revenues to be derived potentially from the project, if they're realized in even a reasonable approximation of what is estimated, are going to go a long way towards giving the rating agencies comfort that this new this new lease revenue bonds structure that the city is obligating itself to by future appropriations is something that is manageable. You're going to have revenues coming in to offset the costs of the rental payments that you're going to be making, and that's a credit positive. And it should be noted that the city is on a favorable trajectory in terms of its credit ratings, far different than even 3 or 4 years ago, before the current city management team came on board. You've really turned things around and done some nice additions to fund balance. It's a very difficult environment in the midst of the pandemic to be thinking about getting credit rating upgrades. The rating agencies are reluctant to do that in the current economic climate, but this trend that you're on is really laying a nice foundation for potential future increases in your ratings.
Good. That's good.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And then I do have another question. I think you guys brought about ownership. I mean, is this considered to be, I guess, an operating lease or a financing lease? Because under two different terms, the lessor being the EDA, if it's an operating lease, can be the ownership of the city hall, versus a financing lease where the leasee is the ownership. So which, I don't know if you guys follow this, but what type of lease?
Yeah, it's going to be a financing lease. So the term that the title of the document will be a financing lease. So yeah, the intent is for it to be structured as a financing lease.
Got it. So then in that case, then the leasee being the city will be have ownership of the building. Got it.
That's correct.
Thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you.
Now.
Thank you, Hasib. Vice Mayor Banks, do you have any questions or comments?
You mentioned in the presentation that the governing body has to agree to certain parameters of the lease revenue bonds. Does that have an impact on the ratings of the bonds? And if so, how?
Now, those parameters are really about the financing elements and the financing structure. We're talking about, for example, a maximum final maturity. In other words, how long can the bonds be outstanding? We're talking about a maximum true interest cost, which is the way we measure the cost of capital to you. You would limit staff from entering into a bond purchase agreement, the document that was referenced by Jimmy earlier, that had a true interest cost over a certain parameter. In other words, we're not just going to go out and if the market is at, say, 3% in terms of overall level of interest rates for financing of this type, we're not going to allow the city to enter into a transaction where the interest rate or the true interest cost might be double that. So the parameters allow you as a governing body to say, we will approve this transaction within certain limits that we set, so that you have some control over what the outcome is. I don't know, Jimmy or TW, do you care to add to that?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. And the other big component there is how much are we going to borrow? What's the maximum par amount that you as a governing body are authorizing us to move forward? Now, we'll oftentimes, and this is getting pretty technical, but we'll oftentimes we are authorizing, if we need to borrow, say $30 million, that's our construction cost, right? Then we're gonna ask the governing body to approve a number that's greater than that, because the way the bonds are structured can be done as discounts or premium bonds, and so we may need to borrow $35 million in order to generate $30 million of proceeds. Conversely, if the market is in a different situation where we're in a large premium bond structure, we may only need to borrow $25 million in order to produce $30 million of construction proceeds. And so don't be surprised if you're looking at a budget for the City Hall of, again, say $30 million, that we may come to you and say, we need you to authorize up to $35 million so that we can put a structure together that's going to provide you the best interest rate. And I say that because if we want to sell bonds as discount bonds, we're only doing that because it's going to provide a lower interest rate ultimately to you, the city, and your total debt service will be lower than if we were to structure it a different way and say borrow less principal amount, still generating the $30 million of proceeds. So the par amount of bonds is going to be important, and that's one of the biggest driving pieces. Ultimately, that'll go to, and we're going to have already talked to the rating agencies about the range of what that dollar amount is, and ultimately we'll be confirming that number on that March 3rd date as to exactly what the budget is, and we're going to have some estimate before then when we talk to you and talk to the rating agencies about how much the city's borrowing.
Yeah, and Vice Mayor Banks, to answer the second part of your question, the parameters contained in that authorizing resolution are really not something they concern themselves with. Doesn't really affect the rating one way or the other.
Okay, thank you. So my follow-up is, will we have options in terms of the parameters on the lease revenue bonds?
So, Vice Mayor, we as your financial advisor are going to make suggestions as to what the parameters should be. In particular, obviously, the final maturity, what that maximum duration should be. The interest rate, we're going to gauge that based off what is the interest rate right now, and then again, we want to add some cushion to it. So we don't want to be right on top of where the market is now, and if rates were to move up a little bit on us, then we'd have to come back to you as a governing body. So we'll always have some cushion in on the par amount, the interest rate, and the duration of the loan. And so we will get with Laszlo obviously beforehand, and we will make that recommendation to you as to what those parameters should be. Happy to have a conversation about how we came to them as well, so that you can understand why we're making those suggestions as to those parameters. But ultimately, it's up to you as a governing body to pick what those parameters are in the resolution based on the recommendations that we would make.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Any last minute questions? Anybody? Okay. Thank you very much. That was a very complete presentation.
You're welcome to let us stay on for a little bit while you go through your stuff, or should we sign off?
That's your discretion, Joe, if you kind of want to hear the presentation about City Hall, but I think you guys are kind of tracking what's going to happen.
Okay.
Next is City Hall. City Manager is still up.
Yeah, the mayor asked me to kind of come up here just in case there was any misunderstanding or any questions as far as the relationship between the EDA and the city, the governing body. It is a separate political subdivision of the Commonwealth, separate and distinct from the governing body. It's going to issue these bonds. They are not, there's no legal obligation of the city to pay them. There might be a moral obligation, but no legal obligation. The payment is just going to be through the lease itself, the lease purchase agreement. So I think that was very clearly stated here. And so I think it's not necessary, but I just want to make sure we got that.
Thank you, Dean.
Okay, moving on now to actually discuss the City Hall and public infrastructure budget, so kind of what the amount will be for the total kind of lease revenue payments, what's going to generate that amount. We've talked about it before in the spring during the multiple public meetings that we had, and I'm going to have some reminder slides here, but also some new ones, kind of some updates as well. This is kind of a reminder from the town hall from December of 2019, pre-COVID, when we could actually engage with our community in person. Those were very well attended, and when I briefed the public there, I kind of let them know that we had these major unfunded capital liabilities that the city, Calvin and his team kind of did their best guess for kind of an apples to apples replacement. What I'm talking about tonight is not an apples to apples replacement. The product that we're getting right now in terms of the new city hall is vastly superior to kind of what the apples to apples comparison would be for if we were just building a new city hall like this. And there's other components to it, like the new library, that would not be part of that initial estimate. So in prior CIPs, you'll see that they had budgeted for a new city hall, for a new public works building. When I took over the budgeting process, I created a separate tab called unfunded capital liabilities, because they always just were pushing it back years and years. It wasn't realistic with our financial situation. We were never going to be able to afford to build these two new critical buildings. Every other city department kind of got their building in the 2000s. The schools got their schools, the fire department, the police, they all got theirs. The two facilities that were not addressed in the 2000s were City Hall and the Public Works, and those are the ones that are tiering that need some significant upgrades. And just kind of for further kind of background, when I first started, there was a committee that was created. It was kind of a short-term committee to evaluate City Hall and all the repairs that were needed. It was just way too much. We knew we didn't have the financial resources to do so. So that was always part of kind of the downtown discussion is the part, it has multiple goals, right? We want to develop the downtown and improve our financial situation, but it was also to address these two major capital liabilities that we just had no other way of actually paying for these. So in that slide, and actually even earlier before in a previous budget presentation, I said the only way we're going to get these two capital liabilities funded would be via development. And actually that's what this development allows, through the construction of a brand new city hall, and then the revenues necessary generated from the development, if you all agree to this in a few years as we get the proper cash on hand, a few $1 million, to actually go out and acquire a facility for the community development department, public works, and maybe even some of the schools, transportation and facility management facility requirements that they need as well. There's some good, good target opportunities in the kind of the industrial facilities that exist in our city in the 2000s that it would be a good option. So this development allows us to address those, but tonight I'm focusing more on the city hall and our ability to as part of this development, address this unfunded capital liability. But this is something that I was explaining to the residents when we did the town hall in December of 2019, right after we had received the unsolicited PPA proposal from Norton Scott. This is kind of a reminder slide, and I have some updated components to as well, but this was presented to the governing body in the spring, not directly related to the city hall, but looking at it from an aggregate standpoint of what the downtown development was going to be, what revenues was it going to generate, and then the costs, of course, were going to be for what I'm discussing tonight, the city hall and the associated public infrastructure, and I'll lay out what that involves. You can see at that time we were assuming 314 residential units and a 3-story city hall. We initially had a 4-story city hall. If you look at that second bullet, and some less residential units, so you can see the profit was at kind of an $81 million for the city over 30 years. We reduced the 3-story to kind of reduce the expenditures. The residential units went up, so the profit was increased. We wanted to be sure that there was more than enough profit generated out of this transaction to start addressing all those priorities that we all have that we want to accomplish for our residents. Updated to this, so the 314 units, that was kind of an aspirational goal. It's now 300 units per the site plans that are being developed. That's all they were able to fit for the 2/2. So that's going to bump down your long-term revenues by roughly $5.5 million. In that table on the left there, you would have to reduce the tax revenue by that $5.5 million over the 30 years. And then the lease purchase cost, this is my best guess because the amount has gone up by $2.5 million, but when you factor in lease or interest payments over 30 years, you're looking at a $4.3 million estimated over 30 years increase. Therefore, the profit kind of goes down to where we were originally at when we had the 4-story option and the 290 units instead of the 3-story option at 314. So profits are now $82.4 million instead of $92.2 million. Just for background for the new council members, I did do a more thorough net fiscal impact analysis where I projected what are the expenditure impacts on departmental operations when you're adding additional staffing, and it was still like a $25 to $30 million profit. The reason why we removed that is we've had additional residential developments added to our portfolios between Palisades and the Artena, the 100 units there. And we didn't get that new revenue from that and say, okay, how did it impact our departments, and then allocate it equivalent to that. No, it was the governing body's discretion how they want to spend that money. So with that 92 million in that table, and now more like the 82.4 million, that's over 30 years the money that you and the future governing bodies have to decide to spend however your priorities are, whether it's tax cuts, spending increases, position increases. So it's not set in stone like a full fiscal impact study would say you need to allocate to this department X amount to cover for the increase in population and all that. So, but that's your true profits, what you have up there. It's now down to $82.4 million. And as a final reminder, this analysis that I did in the spring, it did not included $0 of potential sales tax, meals tax, and vehicle revenue. As we start getting letters of intent from businesses, right, with actual lease structures or sale agreements, right? For example, the theater. I'll start bringing back to you what those projections are from a sales tax, meals tax, vehicle. That only adds to this profit as well and gives you all the tools that you'll need to accomplish your all's objective. But we wanted to be extremely conservative when we did this to make sure that the real estate value being added here and the personal property tax value far exceeded any expenditures associated with the development. That's kind of more of a reminder and a simple update. When we talk about the city hall and public infrastructure, I'm going to lay out what exactly that means. So a big piece of this is going to be the garage spaces. So there's going to be a 4-level parking garage built. The top 3 levels are going to be leased to the VRE. They're the ones to generating, they've received grant funding to pay for the construction of those 3 levels. And then as part of this downtown transaction, we're getting that ground level for city purposes, for public purposes. It's 131 spaces on the ground level. That's one of the public infrastructure components. Road B, what was discussed earlier in the rezoning request, that's a public road with the goal of providing connectivity to the garage and also directly to the city hall parking lot, which is the next one. So the city hall parking lot that will provide parking for our employees, for the residents coming here to utilize our city hall. That's a piece of the public infrastructure as well. The new city hall building, the public plaza and all the streetscape kind of associated in the surrounding area as we make this a viable town center development finally. 2 additional public roads and surface parking lot as well for additional public parking in the downtown. And other items that are going to be associated with this budget, kind of the overhead, if you will, all the utilities. Usually when you're looking at road projects, usually the biggest costs are going to be stormwater and other utilities associated with that. That's going to be the same thing as well here. We added kind of in the final weeks, former Councilmember Shoemaker made the request to have an undergrounding of utilities on Manassas Drive. That was kind of a last second addition to the comprehensive agreement that the governing body approved back in June. That's part of this. It was agreed upon that we would kind of share those costs 50-50, and that's what's been incorporated into the updated budget as well. And then all the other site work that gets involved with this, whether it's demolition, grading, all those other components that are part of this are all part of that public infrastructure budget. This is another reminder slide from the June 9th work session. That was a week or so prior to the actual vote when we wanted to bring in the latest numbers. What I'm showing you with this table as a reminder is all the different costs associated at that time for the building, for the public infrastructure, the land acquisition costs. And then if we apply all the revenues, the upfront revenues that we're getting for this, right? The proffer cash, the land value payments from the developers, what the delta was that the city was on the hook to pay for, as you know. So essentially my goal was to show the governing body that we had a $35 million cost that we're only paying $17 million. So we're getting a huge discount for this project via this development agreement. But that's not the way we're actually paying for this. I just wanted to show kind of if you put up all the upfront money that we're getting for this and all the upfront costs, here's kind of what the delta is that we would owe. But in reality, what we're doing is we're taking, those expenditures are going to be paid for via that lease purchase agreement, and what's being made part of that lease purchase agreement is for the revenues that are being used to discount for that is going to be primarily the phase 1 land cash value that is being used to discount what the lease purchase agreement is going to include in terms of total value. And then we'll be getting these last two rows here, the city land phase 2 cash and the cash proffers from each unit separately. We'll be getting those as direct cash payments separately as the development proceeds as well. So is that just kind of to let you know that the $23.2 million is kind of what the actual amount is that we apply to the lease revenue agreement. Costing around $39.9 million. Again, that's going to change now as we get to the final budget, and I want to kind of walk through what the changes in the budget actually are. So what I did is here, I created a table that shows the original assumptions back in the spring, kind of with very early engineering done by the developer. Once the agreement was approved by the governing body, they got the green light to start spending more on actual engineering and design to kind of more fully flesh out what all the different components actually has to be for the construction, so that you can see that second tab says original. That's what was presented in the spring, and now we have the updated draft. This is still a draft. It's still, city staff is still working on a regular basis with the design team and the developers to continue to kind of adjust what the final building and the different infrastructure components are going to be. But you can see the kind of the delta, that last column, the difference. So the city hall building cost has gone up by approximately $1 million. Same thing with the infrastructure, and we did get a little bit of savings from some of the land transactions that have already been done as well. From the revenues have gone down because for phase 1A of this development, the amount of residential units, like I talked about before, has dropped. So specifically in phase 1A, which we are getting the cash to apply for upfront to lower the lease purchase payments, that those units dropped from 174 now down to 164. So you have roughly a loss of $500,000 worth of value not being applied to reduce the lease purchase payments. No change to the commercial. That's for, when we say that commercial amount, that's what the developer is providing to the city as part of this arrangement, because they're going to be the owners of, let's see, where's my cursor, of this building here. So it's on city land, so we're essentially selling them that little plot of land. And that's what makes up that $105,000. And so the net position now to be financed via the lease purchase agreement, the LPA lease purchase agreement, instead of $24.6 million, you're looking now at roughly $27.1 million as a kind of apples to apples comparison. You can notice that in this previous slide, we got some initial estimates from the financial manager about capitalized interest and some financing premiums. So that we don't have that now. That's going to be part of kind of the EDA process going forward. So I can't give you a apples to apples comparison right now, but I can, eliminating those two aspects that are really more when the financing comes into play, just looking at the cost for building, the cost for public infrastructure, and the land acquisition cost. That's what this is, kind of an apples to apples comparison of that. So you can see the net position has changed by roughly $2.5 million increase in the amount that's to be paid over 30 years. So that's where I assumed roughly that $4.5 million when you apply interest, which again reduces the profit from $92 million down to roughly $83 million for the city over the 30 years. So the actual cost drivers of what brought this up. So a lot more spent on design scope because there was a lot more back and forth between the city and the design team. We want to make sure we get this thing right. So it's been weekly engagements, looking at every aspect of the building to make sure that we're getting this right. $800,000 increase in the base building budget, but you can see $400,000 of that is just for contingency, right? There's a lot of concern right now. A lot of projects, final budget's kind of coming a little bit higher, so they wanted to add a little bit of extra contingency to the budget as well. And then additional facade and safety improvements. So we had additional emergency exits per recommendations of our fire and police department for the safety of our residents and our employees. Improvements in the facade, adding a lot more kind of nice stone and brick structure, especially in the entrance area of the City Hall building as well, to make it look more like a City Hall versus just a generic office building. So that was additional improvements that caused a change from the springtime. And then the internal improvements were roughly $180,000. We wanted to make sure that we had included in there, which they didn't in their initial assumptions, an all gender restroom for our community, family restrooms. That's been requested in the past to accommodate all of our residents. So we wanted to make sure that we had those as well. Some additional fire suppression upgrades for all of our technology rooms, our server room, our computer room as well, that were recommended by our community development team based off their experience in other city facilities, and then some additional roof improvements to make sure that we can properly lease our other spaces within there by having kind of an adequate roof structure for additional HVAC requirements that would likely be required from ongoing city tenants as well. For the infrastructure costs, these are kind of larger scale changes, so that you can read these, just additional excavation. So they after they got approval again from the governing body, that's when the expensive engineers and all that come in and actually do the work to see what it actually will cost. So they do a lot of geotech investigation for what site work is going to cost, and that estimate went up when they actually came here and evaluated the earth as well to determine what those costs would be. Stormwater is always going to be a cost driver and an increase in a lot of projects. A lot more piping requirement as they engaged with Alan and our engineering consultants, Bowman, who review our stormwater requirements. There's additional requirements for piping for the storm vaults. They've never done kind of the splash pad or video screen, so they used the initial budget, but as we actually brought on the contractors who will be doing the screen and the splash pad, and we worked kind of the final numbers, we saw an increase in that budget as well. The undergrounding of overhead power, remember that was kind of a last minute addition, so we're now incorporating that into the infrastructure budget. This second to last bullet here about the gas service, that price may go down. We just had a call this week or last week with Calvin, myself, Washington Gas, and the developer to evaluate what other options we have for tapping in for other areas to make sure we have the right pressure for the different users of the downtown. And then the additional, it was determined as they came here to do the evaluation that a retaining wall was actually going to be needed for part of the City Hall development. That was not something that was planned for before, so that was another cost driver to explain the increase for the public infrastructure. So what I did here is this is the previous slide that laid out all the different components of the City Hall and public infrastructure, and now I just put what a dollar amount is, the current kind of estimate. And again, you can see how the roads don't actually cost that much, right? It's all the utilities that go along with it, especially stormwater, the City Hall building. Again, it's not an apples to apples comparison to kind of 5 years ago estimate from the city about what a new City Hall would cost, because that was just assuming kind of replacing this building with kind of a same comparison. It didn't include kind of like a 8,000 square foot library like we're going to be getting as part of this building, and the much larger area for the registrar, which we tried to put in the cart barn facility in Blooms, but the construction costs that came back were just so much higher than what we could afford. So we nixed that project, which is another reason why we want to add additional contingency to this project as well. You can see the public plaza and the other streetscape components, which look really nice. what those costs are and the surface lot, and then all those other items, the undergrounding of utilities that we agreed to kind of share 50-50 with the developer. The site work is going to cost a lot. All the engineering design work costs a lot, and then any overhead and contingency items as well. Any questions on this before I actually start showing you kind of updated concepts?
Question? Go ahead.
So my question is regarding future increases. A project like this, typically how much more increases can we expect in cost?
Yeah, we're gonna have when we bring in the final budget, I'm gonna have the developer and engineers come in. But from my understanding, before the EDA issues the lease revenue bonds, they're gonna actually have a bid on hand from the construction company of what the bid is. So any changes after that would be from a change in scope of work, right? So a change order coming from the city. So we'll have a little bit more discretion over that. So by the time that we finalize this, they'll actually have a bid in place from a construction company.
Okay, thank you.
But they'll be here also to answer any kind of additional technical questions.
Councilmember Mensing?
Nope, that was my question.
Okay. Councilmember Moore? Councilmember Amaya? Questions? Councilmember Javed?
I have a bond question. Can I ask that now, or should I wait till after the presentation?
If it's related to the city hall budget, we can, I can answer that question right now.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, I was wanting to understand, I guess it was, the EDA is issuing a bond. The city is paying the EDA for revenues generated from the development. And then I guess what I'm trying to get at is, isn't a bond some type of, the revenue bond considered a loan?
So the bond is the financing, but that's the reason we have the lease purchase agreement. So the maximum amount we have to pay towards the bond is what's in that lease. Does that make sense? So we aren't under any obligation as far as the bond itself. We're only under obligation to pay the lease amount. And the payments are going to be enough to cover the bond servicing. And at the end of that lease, then we will have, the bond will have been paid off and the city will own the building free and clear.
Or is he asking on whose behalf is the EDA issuing the bonds?
Well,
is that his question?
I mean, we're the borrower.
Well, no, we're not the borrower.
Well, they're issuing the bond for the project that we are doing. Mm-hmm. We then are paying the trustee, the amount, the rent for the lease purchase agreement. I mean, it's a little bit of a difficult concept, because typically in a general obligation bond, we issue the bonds and we pay directly the servicing of the debt.
Right.
But we are not technically paying the servicing of the debt. We are paying a lease to the EDA.
Right. Yeah. So think of it as, again, how we used to do fleet acquisition here was lease purchase agreements, where a bank like US Bank or someone would actually buy the vehicles, right, and we'd be paying annual lease payments, and then when we paid the final payment, we took ownership, right? And this situation is exactly the same, but now it's the actual EDA working with the financial institution instead of the city, if that makes sense. And again, the EDA is a separate subdivision of the Commonwealth of Virginia. It's not technically part of the city. That's why we could have gone to the Prince William EDA, we could have gone to the Fredericksburg EDA, they could have done the same thing. It's them kind of interacting with the financial institutions, whereas in our lease purchase agreement for how we bought our fleet before, it was us directly interacting and I guess if you want to call it a loan, taking that loan. It is really a lease purchase agreement where when you pay your last rent payment or lease payment, now you take full ownership. But if you don't pay, you're not under obligation.
You understand all that. My thought process on all this was that the lease payments was basically we're paying the developer.
No,
right?
that was
Not financing.
the certificate of participation was the instrument that we were talking about before, where the developer was going to work with a financial institution. It wasn't going to be the developer, that was going to be a financial institution operating on behalf of the developer, who would be acting like the EDA is acting right now. Again, so that financial institution would be working with the other financial institution to issue a certificate of participation, which then would be paid by our annual lease payments. Where our financial advisors came in and said, okay, you can do it that way, but we think it's going to be more expensive, right? They're not going to be paying the delta for the interest. They're going to pass that along to us as part of our lease purchase payments, just like anyone would for our fleet if we were to do something like that. So they came back and said, if you can ask an EDA to issue this lease revenue bond, you're going to save money over the 30 years. That's why we wanted to constitute our own EDA, because we didn't want to put ourselves at risk that the Prince William EDA just wouldn't put us on their agenda, and we have a very kind of tight timeline to make this thing happen.
Is that it?
Dean, might be a question for you then. If the EDA has a bond, right, and then we're saying that the city is not obligated to pay, this is not considered debt because we're not obligated to default on the general obligation, on a lease purchase, can the EDA default then? Because they're the ones that are holding the bond if the funds are not appropriated correctly.
Well, I don't know that technically if the EDA would be considered as defaulting, because the EDA has no legal obligation to pay it either. So they're just a pass-through entity. So I don't think the EDA would not be defaulting.
This revenue bond would not be considered a loan then?
Pardon me?
This revenue bond that the EDA is issuing is not considered a repayable loan.
Well, it is. It's debt. They're issuing a bond, okay, to get the money to pay the developer to build the city hall. We've agreed to go ahead and pay, a lease purchase agreement to get it, but the EDA doesn't have any legal obligation to repay it itself. And the bondholders, they understand that. They understand the process. And that's one of the reasons that we're going with this process, is because it is understood, because it is complicated, but it's been done enough in Commonwealth of Virginia that they understand it.
Yeah, and we're going to make payments through the development revenue, basically, right?
Well, we're obligated to make the payments. The projections are we're going to make more than enough coming in from the rest of the development to pay for the city hall. Yes.
I think it's clear that we're not obligated to. You all can appropriate and say we're not appropriating. Would our credit take a hit? Of course. Just like if we said, hey, I'm not paying rent anymore for our DSS building. Their financing was contingent on who's leasing those spaces. So they can file kind of a credit grievance with us. And just like when you don't make a payment on your rent or your vehicle lease purchase, you're going to take a credit hit. So it would be financially responsible for us not to pay it, but we're not under legal obligation to pay it. If that makes sense.
So Dean, what Dean means is it's a moral obligation, not a legal obligation. Right. Okay.
What was that, Steve?
No, I'm saying it's more than just a credit hit. It would just be an ownership hit as well. Like if we stop paying payments, wouldn't they take possession?
Correct. We would no longer have legal ownership of the building.
Yeah. Hey, Laszlo, I don't know if you can you hear me? It's Jimmy. I'm still on. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I was going to say that it's Jimmy. The obligation, if the city were to not pay the rent, if you were to decide, or a future council were to decide not to make the lease payment, the cure there from the bondholder's perspective is that you would, just like any other lease, you wouldn't be able to occupy the facility anymore. You wouldn't lose ownership of the facility. The lease, the trustee in that case would have the legal right to come in and re-let the city hall to anybody else that wanted to rent it. In all likelihood, they wouldn't, but anybody else that they would want to rent it to try to get their loan back through the EDA. So they would have that ability, but you wouldn't lose ownership, and they would only have that right for a period of 5 years beyond what the term of the bonds are. So at the end of the day, if you were to decide not to appropriate the lease payment, you wouldn't lose ownership, but you would lose the right to occupy the building.
We'd be kicked out.
Right, we would no longer be tenants.
Correct. Yeah, it sounds like we'd be kicked out, and maybe we'd be able to go back in after the end of the loan period for the financial institution that has it. Is that right, Jimmy?
That's right. And again, usually they add like a 5-year term after it. So if your bonds were maturing in 30 years, the opportunity to release the facility by the trustee would be the life of the bonds plus 5 years.
Yeah, so we'd be without a city hall, at least for that period of time.
That's right. That's right. And that's why the rating agencies will look at this as something that your future councils would look very seriously about whether they did or didn't appropriate the lease payment, because it's an essential governmental building and you need to have a city hall to function as a government.
Right, and there should be no reason why, when you look at this table, I mean, the council would be foolish not to pay when you're still making an $82 million profit over 30 years, right?
What happens if the EDA mismanage funds and they're not able to make those payments? What happens to the EDA?
Yes, so the EDA they'll never take possession of any of the money. So the lease payments will go directly from the city to the bond trustee, who will hold the monies, and then they pay the bondholders. So again, the EDA is truly just a conduit entity here that acts to effectuate the transaction on behalf of a local government.
That's right. The EDA assigns all of its right, title, and interest in the rental payments over to the trustee. Got it. Yeah, I was confused because I thought was to avoid the bond issuing, but I guess we can't work. We have to have a bond issued in order to, I guess, make a lease. We'll get to.
Yeah, a certificate of participation is also a type of bond. It's just not called that. So it was the same thing. It was just now the EDA wasn't involved. It's purely other financial institutions.
And to be clear, the city is not issuing the bonds.
Yeah, we're not issuing the bonds. And the COP would be a different financial institution. In this scenario, it's the EDA. It's not the city.
Do you have a follow-up?
I mean, I'm not saying the city's doing. The EDA will be issuing it, though.
Yeah, but that's what we just said. Again, like with the COP, it would be another financial institution. With the lease revenue bond, it would be the EDA. But again, the EDA is not legally part of the city.
Do you have a follow-up, Hasib?
No follow-up.
Okay. Thank you. Vice Mayor Banks?
Thanks.
Did he say no questions? Okay, thank you. Any last-minute questions here? No. Okay. Go ahead, Laszlo.
Okay. So back to this, the updated City Hall concept. So up here, a little bit outdated images. I want to kind of give you pictures that we shared with the governing body when this was being approved of what, nice drawing of what the building could look like from the street level view on the right, and then the updated kind of plaza concept, which is again changed slightly since this was last presented, but the overarching components have not, where we still have this, the splash pad here, the video screen here, outdoor dining throughout the plaza, across the street kind of an area for play, other, public gathering, concert, to do concert venues. So the plan was to be able to close off this section and just do larger city events, again, to kind of drive the success of our downtown, as other town centers and other jurisdictions do as they do their town center developments or town square developments, as I did in my previous jump prior to this. I'm going to walk you through kind of the internal layouts of the building. This is not something pretty to look at, but this is kind of the internal layout, and we'll have kind of nicer pictures as we get to the final budget. But the internal layout, you know, it's always going to look a little messy here. I'll walk you through it. Can you all see my cursor here?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is kind of the main entrance of the building. So just as a reminder, this is the plaza up here, and there's a little walkway here. The parking lot is down here for the City Hall parking lot. That's part of Lot 1A. And then this, you walk up here, you turn left to go in to the building. And if I'll have a picture later on to show you what it will look like when you walk in, but essentially there'll be kind of a reception desk, interactive screen, directory, and additional city information. If you turn right here, this is where the first floor library will be, and there's a stairway to access the second floor, internal stairway for the library to access the second floor, and there's a direct connection with a proposed coffee shop that will be connected with the library to kind of give it the bookstore cafe concept and to kind of pull kind of similar demographics to utilize these two facilities jointly. The lower level of the library, of course, being more adult focused to partner with that coffee shop, and the upper level having more adult as well, but also teen and children's, which we'll get to. But if you come back down, where you find my cursor here, you're in the main lobby, you go straight. This is the voter registrar area. So this is the waiting area and the registration area, right, to register to vote. These are the help windows, so the service windows for Patricia and her team to service these residents who are registering to vote. These are her back offices, right? It's an open office concept with some meeting rooms, storage rooms, and then kind of a little kitchenette areas because they have long days of voting where they're all kind of living there for the full day. So this is kind of very similar to the design that we had planned for the cart barn. We're getting that now realized within the City Hall building. And then this is the actual voting area. So they have a lot more space now to conduct voting in City Hall without shutting down the other components of City Hall, and to manage, most importantly, again, a key driver for this, for the new governing body members, was the passage of the early voting laws from the state. So now you have a lot more volume coming, pre-COVID, of course, 45 days prior to the vote. So they need kind of all that space now. It's not just one day that we had to shut down the majority of City Hall. Now it was like 45 days where I didn't have access to my office. Dean, Lan, all of us were kind of out of here for 45 days. For the early voting period. So this satisfies that. You have your public restrooms here, lactation area, etc., and the additional spaces for potential tenants of City Hall. Assuming these are the elevators, you take the elevators up to the second level, you get out of the elevators, and you turn left. This is the city admin wing, right? So this is city attorney, city manager, finance, HR, kind of all the city admin components, and Calvin's team temporarily here, the building permitting, code enforcement, all that until we get a community development facility, and then this becomes the additional growth area as we build the city admin and support team over the next 30 years or so. We have that additional space to play with. Lana's office here, so that she's still part of the city admin wing, but also adjacent to the governing body, or what we're calling the boardroom now, because it's going to be shared. Governing body, planning commission, school board holding their meetings here. And my cursor disappeared. Yeah, so this is the meeting room. Seats about 120 people who come in and watch. This is the dais area. This room is dual use, so when it's not being used by any of the boards in the evening, it's going to be used by the library for additional programming like story times and other things as well, given that additional programming space. So we're, again, being very efficient in having dual use facilities. The same thing with these conference rooms as well. This conference room, dual use with the library, priority for you all, for the governing body and school board. If you all want to have any meetings with constituencies, you can go ahead and reserve that conference room. But then when you're not using it, it's there for the library for additional study rooms as well for the library patrons, your mail room and other things. If you come back down to the main lobby area, you come up here, this is the second floor library, which you could get from the lobby area or from this internal staircase. This is kind of more the teen area back here. Then you have kind of adult running all the way up here. You have some seating kind of overlooking the plaza over here, and then you have a larger kind of children's section over here as well. Some additional study rooms as well for the library. Come back to the library, go up to the 3rd floor. If you hang a left, you have the customer service waiting area and the treasurer and commissioner. And they're going to have a lot of windows now, right, to service, hopefully jointly, our residents to make it a little bit user-friendlier for our user-friendly experience for our customers. Unfortunately, we still have to have a division between the treasurer and commissioner for the Treasurer and Commissioner Association and state law. However, we're going to set up some kiosks there so that when residents come in, they can kind of type what kind of service they need, and it'll give them a ticket, or a number, and then they can be better serviced by either the commissioner or the treasurer, or both. We'll try to kind of better coordinate it so that those who really end up needing to kind of see both offices, maybe they go to this window, so then they can literally just walk down here to this window of the treasurer as well, and just have a better experience from a customer standpoint. Coming back to the lobby and walking up this way, to the left, you have some central city facilities, the large storage room, server room, computer room for the city. And then all of this is the school. So this would be the school entrance, reception area, and then all these are the new school facilities. So the schools and the library take up the biggest individual components of the new city hall. And then in the 2nd and 3rd floor, you also have kind of the pantry area for kind of back-end staff, additional kind of tables for meetings, TV, kitchenette, other things, kind of a break room if needed by staff. And you'll see some pictures of that in a later slide. So again, you walk into the main lobby area, you'll see kind of this reception desk, that interactive screen I talked about. This is kind of the nice stone structure that they're going to use on the 1st floor kind of lobby area to make it look nice. And also in the exterior is kind of like a matching stone exterior as well in that immediate entrance to kind of signify City Hall entrance versus kind of, again, generic office. You can see the registrar's office back here. We have an example of what that looks like, so you get a feel for kind of what the new offices will look like. If you turn right, this is the library. So if you're standing here, you turn right, this is what you're going to see. This is kind of the 1st floor library. You can see the windows back here. That's the coffee shop. And then this is a staircase to kind of access the 2nd floor. And then this is kind of a view from the kind of these work areas over here. If you're looking back at the lobby, which is back here, this is kind of what you would see, kind of additional seating and library infrastructure. If you go up these steps, as you get up there, this is kind of what you'll see straight ahead. Additional library area back here. You can't see here, but you have additional space for the teen section. And if you keep walking down this way, you'll see these study rooms here on the side, the children's section, a bunch of study tables, bookshelves, and then you can't see it here, but kind of overhanging the plaza, you have seating areas that overlook the plaza. That's kind of what the general kind of 3D feel for what the new library will look like. Here's what, again, general kind of office will look like, specifically the registrar, so kind of the waiting area for voter registration. And you can see here the actual voting room. We utilize a lot more glass and open office concept as well to kind of limit the number of offices we have and encourage more interactive connectivity between employees as well. And then the back offices for the registrar back here. And these are what the pantry areas look like. The 3rd floor is more of a yellowish color, which actually works because it matches kind of more the school color. And then the 2nd floor for the city component for the pantry. Plaza, again, we don't have the kind of nice colored pictures yet, the full plaza, but you can see it still kind of matches everything that I showed you in that previous slide. Few changes, so now we kind of have like the diamond splash pad, which is unique in our area. It's about 18 actual water, I don't know what you call them, spigots that shoot up water, which is pretty standard in most town centers. And like one line has 20, then we have 2 more, but it's a much larger town center than this. So it's a pretty good size splash pad. You have plenty of outdoor seating area, landscaping benches, the screen as well for people to view, and then plenty of outdoor seating area. and then some nicer kind of stone seating along kind of this walkway, and then the flagpole right here, right in front of the actual City Hall entrance. So you can see the image is going back here. The next slide is pretty much if you're standing here, the next couple of slides, and you're looking at the City Hall building, kind of what it would look like. So again, here you can see the back of the screen, which when we're done with the branding and marketing exercise will kind of come up for better downtown signage to put on the back of this here as well. And the other side will be the screen. This one's a little bit outdated because it doesn't have the retaining wall, but you'll see that on the next slide. But it just kind of gives you a feel again for what the plaza will be like. And then again, here you can now see the retaining wall incorporated, and they actually have a nice little wall feature as well, based off of kind of the topography of the area. But the plaza is kind of, the only thing that's elevated here is the signage, which actually works. The screen, it just allows for better viewing. So it actually ends up working out that the topography to help us out with better viewing for the screen. And then this is what it looks like with the City Hall and Building C, which will be owned by the developer for commercial purposes. If you are here and you walk down that walkway to get to the back of this building, this is kind of what it looks like. So straight over here is where the plaza is. If you're walking back to the parking lot, this is kind of what you'll see here with Building C and then the City Hall entrance here. There's not an updated picture yet. There was something they showed me for the entrance for the City Hall with the stone feature, but they weren't able to get me the final kind of, that one had way too many lines for building permitting, so we weren't able to kind of get a clean shot of that. But by next month, we will have that when I present the final City Hall budget. But then again, this is just a side view. This is where the entrance would be. Imagine a flagpole here, and it's kind of the rear loading dock area like we have in this building back here as well. And then just another view of the building, and this is where the entrance would be. Going back to the plaza, this is kind of what the splash pad and Building C would look like, and you get a better visual of the walkway between Building C and the new City Hall, which is additional kind of outdoor area for additional programming. And then just another view of the same. So just kind of sharing with you kind of the feel and the design that we're talking about, the signage that we want to get on all sides of the building, making sure the letters are sufficiently big, the signage for the coffee shop, for the restaurant, all those other components that are part of this. Just want to share with you kind of the updated image of what this is looking like. Any questions?
That's beautiful. Thank you, Laszlo. Absolutely beautiful. Let's start with Councilmember Amaya. Do you have any questions?
No questions.
Councilmember Moore.
I think it's beautiful as well. It seems like it's very well laid out. The only question I have is about the windows. Are they going to be tinted? I'm just concerned about the heat, and because we have blinds in here, I'm just wondering the sunlight and things of that nature.
Yeah, there's special tinting. Levels 2 and 3 is purely kind of for kind of glass that will help with energy. Level 1 is also a little bit ballistic as well.
Okay.
So that if someone throws a rock or something, it won't be dangerous.
Come through.
It also has that tinting as well.
Heard. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Mensing.
No, it looks great. I was going to say, I really like all the glass.
Thank you. Councilmember Hampton? No. Okay. Vice Mayor Banks, any questions? Comments?
Yeah. Where do citizens go to make their payments, like for water or the personal property taxes?
Can you repeat the first part of this?
Where do citizens go to pay their bills?
Ah, okay, that's good, yeah. So that's gonna be on the 3rd floor. I'll go back to the layout here. So this is the 3rd floor. When you get out of the elevator, you cut a left. This is the new treasurer commissioner area, right? This is a much larger waiting room that we're gonna structure with a couple kiosks, one for kind of getting the ticket for what service you need, then you can have a seat and wait for your number to be called to go to a specific window, and an actual kiosk for payments as well if people don't want to stick around. But these are all kind of service windows here for the treasurer and commissioner. So it's on the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor also houses the school board as well, or the school board.
Instead of standing up and like they currently have to do in the hallway.
Correct. They'll be able to have a seat and take a number. And we're kind of still flirting with the idea, since we're going to have like internal PA system where we may have a screen in the library, at least the second floor library, showing what number is being serviced, so people want to hang out in the library while they're waiting. It's just, we want this to be a nicer experience for our customers. We come around here during personal property tax season or at the end of the month when people pay their water bill.
Yeah.
It's not fun for them to kind of wait in that line. So we're trying to make this as easy for them as possible.
You do have that in the coffee shop too?
What's that?
You do have that in the
We
coffee
can try, yeah, we can try. Just we hesitate on the first floor because what if someone kind of miscalculates and calling their number and then they lose their turn, then they may get upset as well. So that's why initially we actually had the customer service center. Was it on the second floor or first floor? Second floor. Yeah. We had the second floor. That way it was going to be co-located with the library, and it would be easier to get that first floor as well because you had that internal connection in the library. So we felt more comfortable doing that. When we had kind of the changeover from the 4 to 3 story, we had to move things around, and unfortunately we had to put them on the third level.
My last question is, did you get school division input and did they confirm that it's okay that they're okay with their section on the third floor?
Yeah, so we engaged. So I managed most of the city process, but we had the LS&S. They had a special kind of designer provide input for the library. Patricia will review the registrar. Patty and Debbie were reviewing their section, and the school board were involved. The school board actually initially brought on a consultant as well to develop their program, which laid out all the different office spaces they need, the square footage they need. So we incorporated essentially the components of that program into our program, which was part of the comprehensive agreement. And then each time they were coming with updated layouts, we would send that over to the school division, and they would come back with comments for changes or give us the thumbs up like we got a couple weeks ago for the final kind of review.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it, Preston?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Javed?
Yeah, looks good. Great, Laszlo. I actually had a question regarding, the entrance from the library into the government chambers. I think it's floor 2.
Yes.
Number 2. Would that door be I think it was the previous slide.
Yeah, but you can get.
There's a door. Would that be locked?
Yeah.
24/7, or is that gonna be open? Or?
Yeah. So this is the chamber room, right? So it's going to be open, right? So we'll probably during the daytime close it here and have it open here, but the library will essentially be, they may want to lock it and then just like when you have reading time, you usually want to kind of secure that for the parents and the kids. So again, it's just going to be ongoing coordination with the, we'll have to give them a badge where they can kind of lock the door and unlock it as well. But again, the priority for this is going to be the different board meetings. So when those are scheduled, the library understands they can't touch that, right? But it's just really for the outside hours, because if you look at the total time that'll actually be used for meetings compared to kind of the full schedule, there's a lot of good opportunity, especially on the weekends, to utilize that space. So as long as the library is open, people will have access to it controlled by the library. And then when the library is open, but we have a governing body meeting or school board meeting, this gets locked and this door gets open so that the public can enter here, and we keep it shut from the library users.
What separates?
And how about on the north side?
Yeah, so you can't make it out here, but this is actually a wall here. So there's no, the public to get to the city admin wing, they have to come through this door, which will have kind of like a little, well, not a car here, but the intercom. It's like an intercom where they can talk. This will be actually millwork. This is a millwork desk for a receptionist, so it's going to be staffed by the building permit team until they get moved out. But eventually, you'll have kind of a receptionist here to kind of buzz people in. So this area will be secured from the public, and we'll have control because not a lot of people come to see the city admin wing. Mainly, it's going to be probably businesses coming to meet with me in the years.
Are there office space for the council members?
There's one, so there's there's an actual work mailroom that has a couple desks. Think of it like anyone who's worked in consulting and kind of modern facilities are called like hotel desks, right? Where you can register and say, for this time I want to get that desk. So there'll be two desks that you can essentially plan to come in and use, and then you'll have your mail room and other things, plus the use of that conference room. So if you want to schedule a meeting, you have 2 conference rooms here. If you want to schedule a meeting with some residents, you can do that. You can reserve that room.
Hasib, do you have a follow-up?
And then I got a follow-up. Yeah, sorry, I do have a follow-up. The third level, after hours, would the public still have access to that whole level? And most of the third level is, I guess, going to be.
Okay, so
it will be closed after 5 p.m. or weekend.
Well, I mean, the school, you still may have staff up there from the schools, right? So you're going to want to allow still access up here, but all these entrances to city and school areas are secured, right? So if you don't have an access card here, when Patty and Debbie close up, this door here gets locked, so no one can go in that area. So someone may be able to come up to this area, but there's nothing they'll be able to do except walk this hallway, I guess. We are going to have security cameras also built in this, which we don't have right now. We're going to have security cameras, kind of a PA system as well, other security measures built into this. But again, there are nights that Debbie and Patty are working late. Same thing with the schools. So you're still going to have some activity here in the evenings, but it'll be closed off to the public.
Do you have a?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, that was excellent. Thank you. Thank you very much. Moving on, we have no recognitions, no presentations, no consent agenda, no unfinished business. Moving on to new business, updates to EOP.
Yeah. Good evening again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the governing body. So I want to give you sort of some key points on the emergency operation plan, why it's important to have one, why we're updating it tonight, or ratifying the update tonight, and sort of what are the changes since the last time you've seen one, which was circa January 2017. I'm not going to go over the huge document you got in the packet, so I figure I'll just kind of highlight the key points through 3 slides here. The first one, so why is it important to have an emergency operation plan? Well, the number one priority for us during an emergency is to protect life and property in our city. So we want to be able to respond to and recover from an emergency as quickly, as efficiently, and effectively as possible. If you look at, after action review for any emergency situation, there are 2 things that always come up: communication and coordination issues. And the emergency plan essentially helps us achieve 2 key objectives, which is unity of effort and unity of command. And underneath those 2 pillars are a bunch of key elements that help us to be successful in that aspect. Things like adaptability, flexibility, common operating picture, standard operating procedure, and so forth. So the EOP is a living, breathing document. It's not a single document for a single situation. It's a framework of best practices that we use to sort of adjust as we go to respond to all hazards. So why are we updating? Why are we continue to update it and revise it? Well, one, we have to be compliant with the state. It's a statutory required by the state. Every jurisdiction in Virginia has an EOP. They might have different dates of ratification, but every jurisdiction has one to include us. Related to that point is, and related to the communication piece I mentioned earlier, it also facilitates regional cooperation because what the EOP does is it allows us to collaborate with those other jurisdictions. So let's, for example, if we have an emergency and we need help from the state or Fairfax City or county, and they send help, those folks can just go to our EOC and integrate with our staff seamlessly using the same concept, because those are all best practices shared by all jurisdictions. And so that's very important for us to have. We also help with resource sharing as well. There are standardized ways to request resources, and that's all delineated in the EOP. Additionally, obviously not as important as bullet number 1, but by having a ratified, updated EOP, we also meet the requirement for some of the grant funding that the city gets, particularly the LMPG and hazard mitigation grant. So it does help us procure some funding for critical EM needs. So what are the changes since the last EOP that the previous governing body ratified? So technically, there were really no major changes. I think you saw that the document has about 67 pages. Remember I mentioned the EOP is based on best practices. So the bulk of the document that you see in front of you today is the same. It still adopts what's called the National Response Framework, as well as the National Incident Management System, which structures ICS structure. ICS stands for Incident Command Structure, and ESF, which stands for Essential Support Function. That's essentially saying we have lead departments for a certain line of efforts that they are the subject matter experts. Additionally, the previous document had about 90 pages. We sort of went through, cut it down to about 6 to 7. We cut down a lot of the repetitions and redundancies. We did farm this out to all the departments, to include schools, because they do have a role to play in this, and they offer their feedback. And so this is a vetted document that all departments have seen. Additionally, with the previous EOP, I was not part of the staff, so we had to update the emergency management coordinator, and obviously you all are a new governing body, so we had to update that as well, along with the ratification date tonight if you ratify. Besides the main, the core plan, the base plan, we did add 3 what we call operation-related annexes, essentially to help us respond to emergency faster. Those are focused on what we call planned events, so like city events, July 4th, a parade, anything that's big for the city plan. They're also focusing on unplanned events, so things like, for example, a sinkhole that happened previously, or an upcoming hurricane. Essentially, the bottom line for the operation annex is it streamlined vertical and horizontal communication. It shortened that notification timeline. When something happens, the lowest level will notify the next up, and so forth. And then it also, as part of the annexes, we also identify by name 3 individual, by position, the 3 individual, that's primary, alternate, and contingency in responding to the incident. And so again, it's just to kind of help streamline the communication and reduce that response time. Because as you know, the initial moments of any disaster is pretty confusing and chaotic. So having an EOP helps us to have that common language and strategy so we can respond and recover faster. I know that, I think we mentioned earlier as well that once this is ratified, we'll have printed binders for you all, a copy, as well as electronic media for some of the more sensitive annexes. So we'll have that ready for you. I believe that is it. I'll take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hampton, any questions?
Pretty straightforward.
I beg your
I
pardon?
said it seems pretty straightforward.
Yeah. Councilmember Mensing?
I just had one question as I was reading it. It's for Laszlo. I noticed it said the city I don't remember which page. I'm sorry, I didn't write it down. The city manager can declare an emergency without the consent of the governing body. What would a instance of that be? And what would the timeline be for notifying them?
Yeah, I'd have to go back and look at it. My understanding was always that why that may be in there is because by the like if it's an emergency, I need to declare it at that moment, and then I need to come back to you all as soon as possible to get ratified. From my understanding though, it ultimately has to be ratified by the governing body and ended by the governing body as well. So like COVID is still an ongoing emergency event. Eventually, Keith and I will bring that back to you all to officially end that local emergency declaration. So I think that's more in there for, hey, like the Mosby Court, right? We did it the same night, but it was declared earlier in the day, right? So,
Okay.
you know, but we try to do it as quickly as possible, but ultimately it has to be ratified by the government.
Or incidents that would be even more catastrophic.
Correct, yeah, and we quickly need to react, we need to get state support, federal support, et cetera, so that local emergency declaration just sets those wheels in motion, but ultimately has to be ratified by the governing body.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Moore?
Yeah, my question is somewhat related to Councilmember Mensing's question. What do we do if there's a tragic emergency and we cannot locate half of the governing body? What do we do in those kind of cases? Or even the city manager is not able to respond. You're out of the area and you can't get here.
Sounds like a Dean question.
Because I know in some states, and maybe that's not true here in Virginia, we had alternate council people for in cases of emergencies.
Well, maybe you can answer the council, at least from staffing, we've identified kind of backups that will go down the line, so.
Of chain.
If I'm wiped out from whatever emergency it is.
Didn't say that.
Keith will take over, or Keith's gone, then Chris will jump in. And then we usually go down the line of police and fire chiefs taking the lead. So we kind of have that piece involved, but
yes.
The governing body was a good question.
Laszlo, don't say wiped out, say temporarily incapacitated.
So you're talking about as far as getting together and
yes.
Yeah, so the FOIA allows for you guys to meet electronically. This is one of those conditions outside of where we are right now, which is kind of a separate thing. But there's the ability to meet on an emergency to discuss just that emergency. So that would be the purpose of it.
But if we're not around, we're tragically disposed. The hurricane took out all of Bloom's Crossing. What do we do?
You're saying there's only like 2 members?
Yes, that's my question.
Well, yeah, so in that case, we'd have to go, yeah, wow. So are you saying that we wouldn't have a quorum, say?
Yes.
Wouldn't have 4 people?
Would not.
We just have to go ahead and vote with what we had and then deal with it. Because I mean, you have to have continuity of government. You can't just stop your track in your tracks. So you'd have to do the best we could. So you'd have to go ahead and get everyone we had, and they would meet electronically, vote to ratify it, and then we'd have to go through the process of appointing interim council members, which is something we also do. But yeah, that'd be very tragic. But we have no other option. We don't have backups or alternates.
We don't.
No.
That was the question, really.
Yeah, we don't do that.
Yeah.
We should, but we don't.
Yeah. Okay.
And we would not be held accountable. The city would not be held accountable in a terrible situation like that.
Of course not.
Yeah.
No.
So, Councilmember Amaya, no questions? Okay. Vice Mayor Banks, any questions or comments?
Yeah, we do the same. Yeah.
No questions.
No questions. Councilmember Javed, any comments or questions?
No questions.
Okay. Okay, well, since there are no other questions, the staff recommendation is that the governing body adopt the city's emergency operations plan, including the letter of promulgation as presented. Do we have a
adopt?
Do we have a motion?
Move to adopt.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second, Alana Mensing.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed, abstained, motion carries. Thank you. Manager's report.
And nothing further to report. The big thing that I wanted to talk about was the vaccination thing, but we already covered that in the information item, but we will start putting a little bit more staff usage to that. In fact, I was hoping there was going to be a little bit better process for our residents, but we need to start ramping up staff support to our residents who need support to get the vaccine. So
Are we allowed to volunteer if you need one of us?
Generally, so the governing body can be a little bit trickier. I would think that would be an issue for volunteering, for helping register. Okay. Usually if it involves like finances, I guess that could be an issue with governing body members. But so yeah, I guess for this type of activity, it could it would make sense.
Okay.
Just to volunteer would be a problem, no.
Okay.
But again, be careful because you're volunteering and more than two of you are volunteering at the same time, you run into problems. So just always bear in mind, you still have to comply with the Freedom of Information Act. So you're both volunteering, you're both sitting there talking, or there's three of you and you're sitting there talking, you're technically in violation of the FOIA. So be very careful.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And does that conclude manager's report? Okay. Dean, do we have a closed meeting?
No, we don't.
We do not. Okay. Well, in that case, do we have a motion to adjourn?
Moved.
Moved by Councilmember Hampton. Do we have
yes.
I have one comment.
I beg your pardon?
Let's see, that's a comment.
Oh, yes. Go right ahead, Hasib.
Before we adjourn, I had
We got a motion on the table
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we voted.
to adjourn.
No, that we, wait, which motion are you talking about?
To adjourn, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Who was in second?
Well, we didn't vote yet.
Yeah, we had a motions on the table, and so.
Councilmember Hampton moved, and who seconded?
No one.
Nobody.
No one did. Okay, then there is no motion yet.
Right, so she can withdraw her motion and he can. say
Oh,
whatever he
okay,
wants to say.
okay.
So I withdraw my motion.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Hasib.
sorry about that.
Okay.
No, over the weekend, I had I guess a group of people chatting about, I guess they wanted to have an update on, or were curious about the artifacts that were found on the Connor House, and if they were going to go on display. They were interested in seeing what was found during the excavation a couple months back.
Good question.
I want to say we have it in storage at the community center. If you all want us to display them somewhere, I'm not sure the significance of any of those, but the city does have kind of, we are storing those artifacts. If you want them to be displayed somewhere, we can do that.
Yeah, they were wondering if it could be somewhere in like a library or city hall to take a quick glance at it. I thought maybe we talk to you about setting something up.
I think the concern was that the individuals who got them out of the ground did not keep them. We were concerned that there would be staff time and resources to actually put them on display.
Yeah, I don't recall that conversation, but yes, that's what's
Yeah.
going to happen if you all want us to put it on display.
Yeah, yeah. And it wouldn't have to be right away. I mean, we're trying to be sensitive of staff time.
Yeah.
As long as we know where they are
Yeah.
and we're.
Like if people just want to see it for like a 30-day period or something, we can maybe set something out. Now I'm a little bit worried about supervising, I guess, so no one, we'd have to have it somehow secured, so we would have to figure out how to do that.
Right,
What were they?
right.
Just
To be honest,
Pottery?
I don't recall.
There's a
Yeah,
ton
it
of
wasn't-
stuff.
Belt buckles
rail
and,
ties.
You know.
Maybe it could be a permanent display in the future when we have a city
Right.
hall and a library. But as for right now and with COVID, I wouldn't think it's a good idea to have a display out.
Yeah.
I would recommend if people really want to see it, we can take pictures and put it up on the website.
Right. And they did send us
Yeah, we do
beautiful
have some
pictures
pictures.
too.
So
Yeah.
maybe we
Yeah.
could start a.
Yeah.
You still have those pictures? Or?
I'll check the files. But yeah, they did send us
Maybe at least that we can at least post those on-
some really
say
nice
post
ones
over,
too.
Maybe with the new city
Yeah.
hall, we can.
Right, yeah. I don't think right now is a good idea to have a display out.
Yeah, they did a beautiful job. They found a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Some junk too and garbage, but they found some nice stuff too. So, okay, so.
One more
we are-
comment, I'm sorry. I forgot completely about this. The lady that wanted to put up cancer awareness flags on public poles, she was wondering if, since she's not allowed to do it herself as an organization, if there's a way that she can donate them and the city can display them for Breast Cancer Awareness Month.
So this would be a governing body initiative, basically, something the city would do and just showing support. Yeah, I don't see a problem with that. And then, so what she's asking is that there was a desire to go ahead and use public spaces in support of breast cancer awareness month. The problem with that is we create a public forum then, and when you create a public forum, you can't really discriminate against which groups can use it. So we could get a very unfavorable group wanting to come in, we have to treat them the same. So we don't want to do that. I don't see a problem with that. If she wants to donate it, if the governing body wants to take that on as something that they want to do, but as a group, if you want to do that, I don't see a problem with that.
I'll let her know that it's an option. And
It's
then
not an organization, right? It's just,
she just wants to donate, so I
but
can,
the flags are just
just
generic.
generic.
So they don't have any organization's
No.
name associated with them?
Just generic,
Yeah,
yeah.
I don't see a problem with that.
Okay.
Sure.
I'll let her know. Thank you.
If you guys agree, though.
Right.
What's the feeling of the governing body?
As long as we're
Well,
not.
what are we going to do with them, first of all?
I didn't hear.
So you know how we put up the Christmas lights and then we put up the 4th of July flags on the poles in the west side? She just wants us to be able to put cancer awareness flags for October, because I think it's breast cancer awareness. They're pink, yeah. The police department already does something with their police card. Oops, sorry.
They wrap
Police
their
cards
card,
and they
yeah.
drive around with that card. So I guess she's noticed that, and she was wondering if there could be more, because it's something she cares about a lot. So she just wanted to see if it's something that she could donate so that the city could do it for October.
So would we be taking them and then not putting them up on the, I'm trying to wrap my mind around what we're doing here.
To be honest with you, probably the best, so if you all want to, usually imagine it'd be some kind of proclamation that the governing body would be declaring this month Cancer Awareness Month, and then, instructing staff to put up the banners to raise awareness, and then public works would do that.
Okay.
I think that's probably the best way to handle is an official governing body proclamation.
Okay, so we're already past October.
Oh, no, I know.
Okay, so this would be for next October. Okay,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
Well, let's revisit that in the summer.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll let her know. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else for the good of the city? Okay. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Moved.
Do we have a second? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Abstained, or opposed, abstained, motion carries. Thank you.